We are under weather alert again today because of the extreme heat plus the humidity. I'll let you know exactly how much longer this hot stretch is going to last in a couple of minutes.
The Squeegee kid convicted of shooting and killing a Baltimore driver is set to be sentenced in about a month. Why the jury found him guilty and the questions now about where he will be sentenced. The case, in addition to two other high-profile cases, could be sending criminals in Baltimore a message. What the verdicts are telling us about City State's Attorney Ivan Bates's approach to violent crime.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are weather alert as the dangerous heat is blazing into the weekend here. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with a potential severe weather threat. You can see those heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar, which is on the left. And on the right, we are taking you live to Ocean City, to the Inner Harbor, and also Towson here this morning, keeping an eye on those conditions. Good morning to all of you. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, July 28th. Just a few days left of this month. I'm Megan Gilland. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at the forecast, and this is important. This could be dangerous here today, Amy.
Exactly. Part of our region upgraded to that excessive heat warning. That just means it's going to be even hotter and more humid than it was yesterday, if you could imagine it. So the area in pink, that's that excessive heat warning. Everybody
Prosecutors, some legal experts telling Fox 45 News the prosecutors on staff were inexperienced, they had low morale and high caseloads. Last month, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates said he is still working to fill all of those vacancies, but he is making progress.
My goal has been to have 50 new state's attorneys since the election. We've already reached out to now that we have 40 new assistant state's attorneys, 12 of which who left the office and have returned since the election.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the problems within the City State's Attorney's Office. You can find more on that as well as all three verdicts issued. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com. A drug dealer has been sentenced in the overdose death of the Wire star Michael K. Williams. How long he'll be serving in prison. And we are weather alert this morning due to the dangerous heat. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking how long the heat and humidity last. 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:40 on this weather alert. We are looking at the potential for dangerously hot and humid temperatures again today, so pretty similar to what we saw and what we felt yesterday. Here's a look at that hour-by-hour planner. Make sure you're staying hydrated because not only do we have actual temperatures nearing the triple digits, it's going to feel like it. Feeling like a stifling 102 by lunchtime. 107 during the height of the afternoon. Pretty hot stuff here. And then we do have a chance for some spotty storms again today. But much like yesterday, they'll be very widely scattered. So most of us will stay pretty dry again. Now, over the weekend, we are tracking a new weather maker that's going to bring an end to this very hot stretch. I've got an updated look at the timeline of that and what the storms mean for your weekend plans in 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. We have an update to that deadly plane crash in Havre de Grace on Tuesday. The pilot, now identified as 59-year-old retired Army Major General Anthony Potts of Aberdeen. Harford County officials saying his plane crashed into a field on Tuesday. He was pronounced dead at the scene. According to the FAA, Potts was not authorized to fly because of medical reasons. The drug dealer linked to the death of the Wire star Michael K. Williams has been sentenced to 30 months in prison. 71-year-old Carlos Massey was linked to a drug organization blamed for the actor's overdose on fentanyl-laced heroin. Williams was found dead in his New York apartment in September of 2021. The prosecution wanted a 4-year sentence, but both Williams' family and the Wire creator David Simon sought leniency due to Massey's addiction struggles.
Two economies. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. We're looking into the numbers, why some industries are bouncing back in the U.S. while others are still falling behind when it comes to hiring following the pandemic.
President Donald Trump getting hit with new criminal charges. Still ahead, the new details and possible change of the trial date. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gia Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the Chinese Communist Party's influence in American schools. We look at a new investigative study and what it reveals this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your consumer news, some industries are bouncing back from the pandemic while others are still struggling to hire. National correspondent Angela Brown is looking into the numbers.
We are going through June's jobs report. The U.S. adding 209,000 jobs, down from May. But digging into the numbers, it maps out the industries bouncing back from COVID and the ones that are still struggling. Employment in leisure and hospitality remains below its February 2020 level by 369,000 jobs, or 2.2%. Government employment is below its pre-pandemic February 2020 level by 161,000 jobs, or 0.7%. CNN reporting in May there were 118,000 fewer public school teachers across the country compared to February 2020. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce just releasing their report, Understanding America's Labor Shortage.
So the stimulus checks, the plussed up unemployment, and the limited expenditures allowed Americans to save more than $2.5 trillion during the pandemic. And because of this, some folks were able to leave the labor market and rely on the savings account or to transition into a single income family.
Local governments are trying to fill those positions by working with staffing solution companies. Our team in Winston-Salem is tracking a partnership between city leaders and the resource.
The city is currently understaffed, as a lot of employers are. So our goal is to make sure that we are a bridge between job seekers, people interested in the positions, and the city itself.
Industry seeing growth, construction, employment trending up in June, and also women. The labor force participation for women between 25 and 54 years old hitting 77.8%, an all-time high. But barriers still remain.
We also can ease access to childcare to help alleviate some barriers that parents are facing. And we can invest in reemployment services, upskilling, and reskilling.
In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
All right, Angela, thank you. As we deal with one of the hottest days of the year here in Maryland, families are heading to the pool to try and beat the heat. This was the scene right here at Druid Hill Park Pool yesterday afternoon. Neighbors saying they are grateful for the opportunity to cool off at the newly renovated facility.
I am truly thankful because with this weather, that is free. You can always use some cold water to splash around in this hot weather.
I remember when it didn't look like this, you know, so to see the neighborhood grow from to do this type of construction, to have something, a staple point in a community like this, man, you can't beat that.
Well, those comments come as multiple city pools remain closed. Cherry Hill and Patterson Park pools are both closed due to maintenance issues, and the Lake Clifton pool just opened last week. For our full coverage on the issues with city pools, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Gonna need a place to cool off again today, somewhere, somehow. Meteorologist Amy Aronson, we are under weather alert here this morning. Amy, temperatures soaring.
Yes, soaring. Much like yesterday, it's going to be another really hot, uncomfortable day. We're already at 79 degrees this morning, and we don't even have any sunshine right now. We are looking at hot and humid conditions all the way through tomorrow. So today we make a run for the upper 90s. Same for tomorrow. I think our highest chance for storms and rain actually comes Saturday evening with the passage of a cold front, and that cold front's actually going to live up to its name. It's going to send us some much needed relief from this hot stretch, bringing in drier air, much less humid air, starting on Sunday for the end of the weekend. But we've got 2 more really hot days ahead of us, and that means 2 more weather alert days ahead of us. We've actually got an excessive heat warning for the Baltimore area. That's the hot pink you're seeing here on the map. Everybody else, heat advisory. Basically, it just means it's going to be hot, it's going to be humid and uncomfortable, with heat index values soaring into the triple digits. Now we've got one little front pushing through this morning. We've got a stronger one coming our way tomorrow. That's what's going to bring an end to this hot stretch. Much of today is actually dry. We've got a little batch of showers scooting through this evening around 4 o'clock, mainly just south of Baltimore. Not a ton of rain there. But as we get into your Saturday, activity will ramp up to our north and to our west. We see some showers push through late Saturday morning around 11 a.m. After that, we heat up, and here comes the main line of showers and storms. This one brings us the severe weather potential. This rolls through Saturday evening, right around 5 o'clock. In advance of the cold front. And that's the front that's going to bring us that break from the heat, the humidity starting on Sunday, with some extra clouds and some leftover showers too. So Sunday feels much better in comparison to what we have the next couple of days. We've also got some severe weather risks the next couple of days. For today, we've got a marginal risk for severe weather. 1 out of 5 on that threat level scale at the top of the screen. So it's low, but it means any storm that manages to develop could send us some damaging wind gusts. A higher chance for that come tomorrow. So Saturday's outlook is a slight risk, a 2 out of 5. That means not only are we tracking the potential for damaging wind gusts, we could also see some large hail and even a brief tornado or two. So keep that in mind as you make your weekend plans. Friday and Saturday, not great for pool time. If you're going to be at the pool, you're going to want to be in the pool. We do have a chance for storms later each day with highs in the upper 90s. Sunday, much more pleasant. It's going to be a little cloudy, but it's going to turn much less humid. Couple of spot showers linger in the morning. Check out that high temperature, though. We're back in the upper 80s. And in our 7-day forecast, you can see the 2 weather alert days coming up with highs in the upper 90s. We're back in the upper 80s starting on Sunday. And next week, as we actually kick off August, it feels much better. We're back in the mid 80s Monday and Tuesday. We stay mostly dry with some spotty storms making a return by Thursday. Megan?
Right, Amy, thank you. We want to take a look at our Len Stiller traffic network here. We've got a live look at some of the live cameras around the Baltimore region. Just a few cars out there, pretty light volume, no major issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. A pretty good start out there for travel on Light Rail Link. No delays or problems. You'll find Metro Subway Link adhering to schedule in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And on the buses, or not the buses, on the MARC train system, we've got the train 505 and train 403 both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains on lines of MARC look good for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
One lesson from Hunter Biden's day in court: his case isn't going away anytime soon. I'm Christine Frizzau on Capitol Hill with what's next.
The Squeegee kid accused of killing Timothy Reynolds is found guilty. We look at the defense's push to move the case to the juvenile system. Time now 4:52. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, new questions about how Hunter Biden's federal court case may factor into his father's future one day after a judge put his plea deal on hold. National correspondent Christine Frizzell explains.
Hunter Biden's day in court, yet another reminder that we've come a long way from this moment.
I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared.
Instead of cleared, he was charged with plans to plead guilty that fell apart before a judge who wanted to know if a guilty plea would give the younger Biden blanket immunity in future cases. When prosecutors said no, the deal stalled.
I think the judge was like, wait a minute, something doesn't smell right here.
Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan telling us his committee's focus has been the role of the Justice Department in the investigation. And moving forward, he may support opening an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
Frankly, it makes it a little easier to get the information you want to get. And courts have said, you know, turn over the documents so everybody, it's almost like discovery, so everybody gets the information.
Just as the president gears up for his next White House run, brand new questions about another Biden business deal. Artwork sold by Hunter Biden that brought in $1.3 million. Among the buyers, a Democratic donor friend, Elizabeth Naftali, later appointed to a prestigious commission. Plus, growing criticism over the president not acknowledging his 7th grandchild, a 4-year-old girl Hunter fathered with an exotic dancer, confirmed by DNA evidence. Democrats accusing Republicans of playing politics.
We cannot be judging the president or a father based on actions of what a son is doing. I think a lot of us have family, and oftentimes our family does things that we may not agree with.
All of this as House Republicans push forward with their investigations into the Biden family, with 2 big names expected to speak to them soon. First, Hunter Biden's former business partner, Devin Archer, in the coming days, and then U.S. Attorney David Weiss, who led the federal probe sometime this fall, just as the presidential campaign really starts to heat up. On Capitol Hill, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Thank you, Christine. President Joe Biden is heading to Maine today to tout his economic agenda. The White House says that he will visit a manufacturing facility to talk Bidenomics, described as the plan to grow the economy from the middle out and bottom up. The president is also expected to announce new actions promoting domestic manufacturing of new technologies here in America.
He'll discuss how Bidenomics is revitalizing the American manufacturing and bringing investments, like I said, and jobs back to communities. Big investments that many communities have never seen before, as it relates to jobs and as it relates to making sure that we're making things in America again.
Will mark Biden's first time in Maine as president. The visit comes as Biden ramps up his 2024 White House bid. Polling has consistently shown the economy as a weak spot in his re-election campaign. Former President Trump is facing new federal criminal charges. Still ahead from our live center, the new details and possible change of the trial date.
And we are off to a warm start again today as we prepare for another heat-related weather alert. I've got the full scoop on how much longer this heat wave is going to last in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are weather alert as dangerous heat blazing into our weekend. Central Maryland under a heat advisory with a potential severe weather threat, including poor air quality.
You can see the heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar there. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. Then on the right, we're taking you live to Ocean City. In the middle there, we've got the Inner Harbor on the top and then Towson on the bottom there, keeping an eye as this heat starts ramping up.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us on this Friday morning, July 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here with the temperatures.
Yeah, we've got all the problems ahead of us over the next 2 days before we finally break up this heat wave. But today we are starting off with heat advisories, excessive heat warnings, and here's a look at the reason why. Not only are we off to an actual warm start with current temperatures in the mid and upper 70s, dew points are also way up there. The higher the dew point, the more moisture in the air. We're in the low 70s this morning, so that humidity already noticeable. And putting this on our comfort scale, on a scale from 1 to 5, 5 being where we want to be, dry and comfy, we're at a 1 again today. So very soupy, very tropical feeling out there. And this trend will continue for at least another day before a new weather maker moves in. That weather maker is going to bring us a lot of relief. I've got an updated look at exactly when it arrives this weekend and what it means for your weekend plans too. Tom?
Amy, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras that we have around the region. We have no major issues at all to report on the roadways. We do have some construction zones. Fort McHenry Tunnel northbound, that's just clearing up right now. That's typical construction that's going there, and they are just clearing that up. There's also 295 and 695. There's some lanes southbound that are shut down because of construction.
The person who was responsible for his murder has been convicted of killing him.
The jury found that, yes, he was somewhat justified.
Squeegee Kid has been found guilty in the killing of Timothy Reynolds. After days of deliberation, the jury found 16-year-old Tavon Scott committed voluntary manslaughter.
That decision comes after 3 days of deliberation, eventually convicting Scott not on the multiple murder charges he was facing, but a lesser charge. After the verdict, lawyers for both sides say they're frustrated with the result.
Now, defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge says there are several factors to consider when the judge thinks about moving the Squeegee case to a juvenile system.
In the juvenile court, there's a balancing of the best interests of the child with obviously keeping the community safe. So this young man could be detained at a juvenile detention facility like Charles Hickey. This could be placed on GPS monitoring, community supervision, which I would liken to adult probation. There are a wider array of services that are offered, psychiatric, group and individual counseling. But with an offense this serious, even if the case were transferred to the juvenile justice system, you have to expect that this young man would spend some time detained at a juvenile facility regardless.
Maryland's juvenile justice system has seen violent offenders slip through the cracks before. Antonio Bardney, 17, when he was arrested for an armed carjacking in 2017. The case went to juvenile court. He was sentenced to home confinement. He was arrested for murder a year later. While on pretrial release, authorities say he cut his ankle monitor and ran away.
It is important to note there are laws in place that could be used to keep squeegee kids out of all intersections. And one of them states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Many say Reynolds' death was a breaking point for the city after years of squeegee problems.
A violent history going back years. In January 2020, 52-year-old man was assaulted right outside his vehicle. You see the video here showing the man being hit repeatedly by a squeegee kid.
The following month, 2 Baltimore City police officers were attacked by 2 men after receiving complaints of squeegee kids. And then in August, another attack caught on camera showing squeegee kids throwing rocks at cars.
In October 2021, a woman was assaulted, bruised, and bloodied at the intersection of President and Lombard Streets. She says that it was a squeegee kid who attacked her. Now, there were also multiple reports of kids scamming drivers out of money using Cash App last year. Police even going as far as to warn drivers of that theft.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you agree with the verdict in the squeegee kid trial? So far, you can see 61% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Fox 45 News has been reporting on the issues with squeegee kids for years. You can find all of our previous reporting and the latest details on the conviction right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Now we'll see if sentencing will be done in adult court or juvenile court.
That's right. Taylor Stewart joining us live with a look at what is next in this case. Taylor.
Well, that's right, you guys. This then 15-year-old could either be charged as an adult or a juvenile. Now, if he's charged as an adult, he could face 35 years behind bars. If he's convicted in the juvenile system, that could be 6 years behind bars. So very different sentences. So far, we've already seen lawmakers and activists begin chiming in about the sentencing debate. Now, in comparing a sentence, the lengthier sentence in the adult system, Senator Joe Carter points out it would likely include parole and good time, which could cut the sentence by about a third, versus a potential 6-year juvenile court jurisdiction, which includes age-appropriate systems and education. However, activist Kenji Scott, who once led a statewide juvenile justice coalition, says the 15-year-old should be charged as a juvenile, but insists Maryland's system is sorely lacking the services many troubled teens need.
They have ignored the fact that these services don't exist. It's still not appropriate, in my opinion, that a juvenile be placed in Maryland Department of Corrections.
Now, a report just released last year shows scathing issues within the juvenile justice system, particularly when it comes to mental health services. That is something that the current juvenile justice head is now working on right now. But we're expecting a sentencing hearing in the next month, according to attorneys on this case.
Taylor, are prosecutors satisfied with this outcome?
A mixed reaction. So basically, they were looking for that murder charge. This is a manslaughter charge. So that opens the door for the juvenile justice system, this conversation to even happen. So we do know the defense attorneys are now pushing to not only have this appealed in the juvenile justice system, but have the entire case put there initially. So we'll continue to follow this and bring you the very latest. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. 3 defendants in high-profile cases now waiting to be sentenced after being convicted for their crimes. What this tells us about Ivan Bates's promises after pushing a tougher stance on crime during his campaign.
Former President Donald Trump getting hit with new criminal charges after the break. Trump's firing back this morning.
And we are looking at another very hot and humid day ahead of us. Here's a preview at how hot it's going to feel this afternoon. Yeah, 107 later today. Pretty hot temperatures. Coming up in a couple of minutes, I'll let you know exactly how much longer this hot stretch is going to last. It's 5:06. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .09 on this Weather Alert Friday. We've got another hot and humid day ahead of us, so it's important to keep all these tips in mind. Hydrate. We can't say it enough. Drink lots and lots of water. Loose, lightweight clothing, highly recommended for whatever you're doing outside. If you can avoid it, avoid outdoor activities today. But if you're going to be out and about, take breaks and take the breaks in the shade, or better yet, the air conditioning. Also, don't forget to check in on your neighbors and also your pets. Maybe limit their walks over the next couple of days. Now, the good news is relief is now in sight. I am tracking a weather maker over the weekend that's going to send us big temperature changes. I'll let you know exactly when that arrives and what that means for your weekend plans in 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. From our live center this morning, former President Donald Trump is slamming the Justice Department after Special Prosecutor Jack Smith added new charges in the classified document investigation. Trump calling the new indictment another case of election interference and said it would not have been filed if he wasn't going to be the Republican nominee. The Justice Department's expansion of charges against former President Trump include a felony count under the Espionage Act for possessing a highly classified war plan. The charges also say that he attempted to delete Mar-a-Lago security footage after it was subpoenaed, accusing the former president of requesting a resort employee delete the footage. That employee, Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos de Oliveira, is now the third defendant in the case and is scheduled for an arraignment Monday morning. It's not yet clear how the new charges will affect the pace of the case against Trump. Right now, we know the trial is scheduled to start in late May, but even before the new charges were unveiled, it was possible for that trial date to be pushed back, which could have implications for the GOP frontrunner in the 2024 election. This comes at a time of escalating anticipation of a possible additional indictment over former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Barriers were put up outside the Fulton County Courthouse in Georgia Thursday, fueling speculation that they may announce an indictment soon. If we get any new information, we'll bring it to you right here from our live center.
Well, coming up, getting a passport or renewing one will take longer than usual. What's causing the spike in demand and the delayed shipping of U.S. passports? 60% of U.S. now under heat advisories today. What President Biden is doing to protect the people working outside in the heat. 5:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local. .514, the United States is on track to install a vast network of public chargers, trying to keep up with the growth for electric vehicles.
The goal is to build 1.2 million reliable and low-cost chargers along major highways and interstates. The Biden administration has set a goal of net zero emissions by the year 2050.
making sure that more Americans have access to chargers and to affordable EVs, and making sure that this happens quickly enough to help us meet our climate goals.
On Wednesday, 7 major automakers announced plans to build a large charging network, nearly doubling the number of fast charging plugs in the U.S. and Canada. They would be powered by renewable energy sources. The first stations will be open by next summer.
Demand for new passports and passport renewals is at its highest that it's ever been, and it's causing major backlog at the State Department. Standard processing times now vary from 10 to 13 weeks. Expedited processing takes 7 to 9 weeks. State Department has increased staffing levels and approved tens of thousands of hours in overtime for processing.
We do everything we can to expedite those, and that's a constituent service that we provide, and we're happy to. So we encourage people to reach out to our office if they're having those issues. But again, it shouldn't come to that.
The post-pandemic spike in passport demand from Americans, it truly is unprecedented, and we will be on track to issue more passports this year than in any previous year.
In addition to surging staffing, the State Department will introduce its formal online renewal portal later this year. For more information, you can simply go to travel.state.gov.
Nearly 200 million, or 60% of the U.S. population, now under heat advisories today.
President Biden unveiling new efforts to try and protect Americans, particularly those seeing record-breaking temperatures in the Southwest.
And even those places that are used to extreme heat have never seen it as hot as it is now for as long as it's been. Even those who deny that we're in the midst of a climate crisis can't deny the impact of extreme heat is having on Americans.
Well, Biden's plan directs the Labor Department to issue a hazard alert to employers and employees to clarify their federal heat-related protections. It also includes a $7 million investment to improve weather predictions and $152 million to boost drinking water infrastructure in western states. The president says the extreme heat shows the importance of his climate agenda, which invests money to help communities to open cooling centers, increase green space, and promote energy efficiency.
Coming out and getting in this nice, cool pool and enjoying the staying in the shade, staying cool, drinking plenty of water, and just swimming.
It's so hot out here, I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, one thing you can do to beat that heat is come down and get in this pool.
Yeah, residents across Baltimore City flocking to the pools that are open to try and get some relief. We are weather alert this morning until tomorrow due to the dangerous heat levels.
That is the pool to be at. It looks amazing. The splash pads and everything.
Oh, yeah.
That looks really good. Well, we've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here with why we need to turn to one of those pools.
Yeah, exactly. And on a more serious note, weather-related deaths per year, heat is actually ranked #1 with 158. So an incredible number there. Floods would follow that, and then tornadoes, and then hurricanes. So it is important to stay extra safe, especially on days like today. Dark and early this morning, we're already off to a really warm and sticky start. Mid and upper 70s to begin. The Inner Harbor at a balmy 83 already. And it's only up from here. We've got an excessive heat warning out today, so that's telling you need to take into account all the hot weather safety precautions because it's going to be dangerously hot and humid. The rest of us included in a heat advisory. We're not alone. Much of the East Coast dealing with this extreme heat plus humidity, along with the Midwest too. They've actually got heat advisories in place there. So the heat is dominating the eastern half of the country. Not much happening on the weather map this morning besides the heat. So let's start off by tracking our heat index for today. By lunchtime, we're already at a very uncomfortable 105 to 108. Look at that. Close to 110 in some spots later this afternoon. Some very dangerous levels here. As we head through your Friday night and your Saturday morning, not much better. Starting off feeling like 90 degrees tomorrow morning, feeling like we're near 100 again by lunchtime on Saturday. Saturday afternoon, just rinse and repeat here. Feeling like we're close to 106, 108, 110 in some spots yet again. But that's the end of it. After that, we're tracking a much needed cold front, a new weather maker that's going to bring us some relief from the heat and the humidity. Today, activity is pretty isolated, just a couple of spot showers this afternoon and this evening, and that's it. Most of us stay dry. Saturday, different story. That's when that cold front moves in. We get an appetizer Saturday morning, right around 11 a.m. Little batch of just showers at that point. The main event comes Saturday evening. That's when the cold front comes through, and that's going to come through with that potential for some strong to even severe storms at that point. That front moves through, scoots out of here by sunset. After that, we're left behind with some extra clouds, but it's going to turn drier and much less humid for your Sunday. Little bit of everything this weekend. Saturday is the day for snowballs, ice cream, staying cool with highs in the upper 90s again. Feel like temperatures well into the triple digits, feeling close to 107. And then we're throwing in that chance for some late day showers and storms. A lingering shower early Sunday, otherwise mostly cloudy and much less humid with highs back in the more manageable upper 80s. Maybe you're heading to the beach this weekend to beat the heat. Not going to be the case there over the next 2 days. It's pretty hot there too, both today and tomorrow. They also have that chance for some late day showers and storms, but by Sunday it looks like they'll also see some relief from the heat and the humidity with highs settling back into the low 80s. Weather alert for the next 2 days because of the extreme heat plus the humidity. So remember, stay hydrated, take breaks, limit time outside if possible. Come Sunday, we're feeling much better for outdoor activities with highs settling back into the upper 80s. And then next week, as we actually wrap up July and head into August already, we're back in the more comfortable mid 80s. And that's going to take us all the way through week's end. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. The Baltimore City Health Department issuing its first code red heat alert of the summer.
And the city is opening cooling centers to help those who either lose AC or may not have a place to stay with reliable temperature control.
Health Department's Division of Aging will open multiple facilities today, including the Harford Senior Center, Sandtown Winchester Senior Center, and the Oliver Center from 9 to 7.
The mayor's office of homeless services will operate a site at Beans and Bread on South Bond Street until 1 in the afternoon. And then My Sister's Place Women's Center will be open for women and children through Saturday. These are just some of the locations that will be open to the public to cool down. For more information on cooling centers, you can go to foxbaltimore.com.
Now we want to get a check of your traffic here in our Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. No issues to report at all. More people starting to head out on the roadways here at 521. Let's find out if they're heading out to mass transit. We have a check on your mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Camden 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Light rail link showing no delays or difficulties on time there, and Metro Subway link looking good in both directions of that service for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. 3
high-profile criminals being sentenced this week. How these wins for the city state's attorney's office compare to what we saw from that under the office of Marilyn Mosby last year.
But first, the Baltimore Police Department welcoming new members to their team. Coming up after the break, a look at the newest 4-legged recruits. 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. Well, trending now, McDonald's is planning a spin-off that could be out of this world.
Interesting. The restaurant giant is working on a brand called Cosmix for some time in 2024. Cosmic, hope I'm saying it right, is a retro McDonald's alien character that appeared in ads in the 1980s and 1990s. Trying to think if I remember this. It was part space creature and part machine and loved eating McDonald's. Cosmic joined the McDonald's land fictional fantasy world where Ronald McDonald and his friends actually live. More details about the new spin-off will be revealed at McDonald's Investor Day, and that happens in December, so we'll have to wait till then. The Baltimore Police Department is welcoming new members of their team.
Well, members of the department visited children at the Ronald McDonald House in Maryland to get some naming, help them name their newest police puppies. With the help of the kids, BPD officially welcomes Riley and Nova to the K-9 unit.
Very cute. Well, the FIFA Women's World Cup is underway this morning. England is currently playing Denmark, and then at 7, China will be playing Haiti.
Fox 45 News is your home for FIFA Women's World Cup, which will create some changes for our lineups starting Monday.
You can watch our morning news starting at 4:30 a.m. on the CW Baltimore, while World Cup action plays out right here on Fox 45. Once the World Cup broadcast ends around 8 a.m., our morning news will return to Fox 45.
Then Tuesday, it will be slightly different. Our morning news will return to Fox 45 around 9 that morning. Wednesday, we'll be starting on the CW Baltimore at 4:30 in the morning and then return to Fox about 8.
And we are weather alert here this morning due to dangerous heat. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking how long the high heat and humidity will last.
And 3 major legal victories for Baltimore's top prosecution office. We'll tell you about the message they're sending about breaking the law here in the city. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are weather alert. It's a dangerous heat blazing into our weekend. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with potential severe weather threat.
You can see those heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar. That's on the left-hand side of your screen there. On the right, you can see we are taking you live both to the Inner Harbor, Towson. We've got Ocean City pictured there as well. We got a lot to show you. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, July 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Poor air quality, too, so we want to get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, lots of problems associated with the heat, the humidity that's building and just sticking around now, at least for another day or two. We've got a lot of bright colors showing up on our heat alert map here. First of all, we've got an excessive heat warning. That includes the I-95 corridor running down through Baltimore. That's where the hottest temperatures will be experienced today. Feeling close to 110 at times. Everybody else under heat advisory. So that means it's going to feel pretty similar to how it felt yesterday. Already it feels like we're well into the 70s, mid and upper 70s right now across our region. That means now is the time to squeeze in that walk with the dog, that jog. If you want to do some outdoor exercise today, earlier over later. After sunrise, everything's going to start heating up, including pavement temperatures. So keep that in mind. We're in the upper 70s as early as 8 a.m. Now coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly what's going to bring an end to this very hot stretch over the weekend. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at the Len Stoller Traffic Network, we've got some of our live cameras pulled up around the Baltimore region. People heading out to the roads here. Still light volume out there. No major issues to report.
He's been convicted of manslaughter, which makes him eligible to be transferred to juvenile court, which is what we're going to be pursuing.
Continuing coverage this morning after days of deliberation. 16-year-old Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter.
He was accused of shooting and killing a Baltimore driver near the Inner Harbor last year. The teen avoided first and second-degree murder convictions in the death of 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds.
Now, two families left the courtroom not fully satisfied with the court's ruling. Reynolds' family attorney says that while they wanted a murder conviction, this is the first step in the healing process. The teen's family was hoping for a full acquittal, but the defense says their fight is not over.
The Squeegee trial verdict marks one of three high-profile convictions this week for City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' office.
Some experts say Bates is backing up his promises after pushing a tougher stance on crime during his campaign.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with the new developments in court. Taylor.
I mean, that's right. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has constantly reiterated, if you break the law, we will prosecute you. And these three major cases really exemplifying just that. This week, 21-year-old Chase Wilson was found guilty in second-degree murder in the shooting death of the Morgan State University security guard that was killed last August. Another case, a guilty verdict for Michael Robertson in the murder of his pregnant girlfriend and their unborn child, Akia Eagleston. And then a manslaughter charge for a conviction, rather, for 16-year-old Taven Scott, this teen squeegee worker who was convicted in the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds.
So when you see three different prosecutions for violent crimes resulting convictions in high-profile cases, it tells criminal defendants and those in Baltimore City that are looking to commit crime that we're back living in a world of consequences.
Now, still regarding cases involving illegal handguns, from the beginning, Bates vowed to crack down on criminals and bring stiffer penalties. Among those convictions faced by the Squeegee kid who was found guilty of manslaughter, he's also facing felony use of a firearm and the use of a firearm under the age of 21. So we are seeing some backing on those promises. We'll continue to follow these cases as they develop here in Baltimore, and we'll bring you the latest. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, FOX45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. This week's wins for the City State's Attorney Office are sharp contrast from what we saw from the office under Marilyn Mosby just last year. In fact, last spring, Mosby and her prosecutors lost 3 cases in 1 week. All 3 were high-profile murder cases. All 3 ended in acquittals.
Last summer, a Baltimore judge criticized former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby in a conspiracy case over which he presided involving 26 correctional officers at Baltimore City jails. The judge wrote staffing problems in the office resulted in egregious failures. The judge ended up dropping the charges against all 26 officers. At the time, FOX45 News found the City State's Attorney's office was down between 80 and 100 prosecutors. Some legal experts telling FOX45 News the prosecutors on staff were inexperienced and had low morale and high caseloads. Last month, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates said that he is still working to fill all of those vacancies, but he's making progress.
My goal has been to have 50 new state's attorneys since the election. We've already reached out to now that we have 40 new assistant state's attorneys, 12 of which who left the office and have returned since the election.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on all of the problems within the City State's Attorney's office. You can find more on that as well as all 3 verdicts issued. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
If you're filling up before hitting the road this weekend, national average rising 3 cents overnight to, well, some say 3.71, others say 3.73 for just a regular gallon of gas. Still well below this time last year, but back to its highest in about 8 months. In Maryland, as you can see, 3.71 here, according to AAA. Just a month ago, it was 3.46. Washington State, California, the highest prices in our nation right now, both averaging $4.93 this morning. But drivers in Seattle and L.A. specifically back to paying more than $5 for regular gas. Experts say there are a few things going on right now causing prices to rise. First, Gas Buddy says gasoline supplies are at their lowest levels since 2015. Right in the heart of summer travel. Second, with fears of a recession starting to fade, demand is increasing, but OPEC has cut production. Third, some refineries are dealing with unscheduled maintenance, in part, analysts say, because of the extreme heat. Rising gas prices could derail the improvements that we've seen on inflation in the last few months. Speaking of which, we'll get the Fed's preferred inflation report this morning. That should be released at 8:30. It's expected to show numbers continuing to fall, and as a result, we expect to find out how many Americans spent more in the last month. We'll have those results for you shortly after they drop a little later on this morning from right here in the Live Center. A drug dealer has been sentenced in the overdose death of the Wire star Michael Williams. How long he'll be serving in prison?
And Hunter Biden enters a not guilty plea in a Delaware courthouse after his original plea deal fell apart. Still ahead in our next hour, we're going to speak with a political commentator on how this outcome could impact the case moving forward.
We are weather alert this morning as highs will soar into the middle and upper 90s today. It's the air quality, though, that makes it dangerous. Just ahead, when we can expect a cool down. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:40 on this Weather Alert Friday. We are looking at extreme heat plus humidity again today. It's going to feel pretty similar to yesterday, so make sure you're still staying hydrated. We have actual temperatures in the upper 90s this afternoon. Feel like temperatures even hotter than that, feeling close to 107 at times. And then I did throw in that chance for a stray shower and isolated storm, but much like yesterday, they will be widely scattered, so not a lot of folks will be seeing the rain today. Over the weekend, that's going to change, though. Rain chances will be increasing. Heat will be sticking around, at least for part of the weekend. I've got an updated look at that weekend forecast hour by hour in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. An update to Tuesday's deadly plane crash in Havre de Grace.
The pilot has now been identified as 59-year-old retired Army Major General Anthony Potts of Aberdeen.
Harford County officials say his plane crashed into a cornfield less than 2 miles from Harford County Airport. After takeoff, he was pronounced dead at the scene, and according to the FAA, Potts was not authorized to be flying because of medical reasons.
The drug dealer linked to the death of the Wire star, Michael K. Williams, has been sentenced to 30 months in prison. 71-year-old Carlos Maki was linked to a drug organization blamed for the actor's overdose on fentanyl-laced heroin. Williams was found dead in his New York apartment in September of 2021. Prosecution, they wanted a 4-year sentence, but both Williams' family and the Wire creator, David Simon, sought leniency due to Maki's addiction struggles.
As Amy was mentioning just a little while ago, we are weather alert due to the hot weather. After the break, the record-breaking highs that we're seeing nationwide.
And Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Still ahead, what you can do now to make sure your children are prepared for the new year. It is 5:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and with many kids still enjoying summer vacation, school Probably the last thing on their minds, your minds, everyone's minds.
Nationwide, though, math scores for kids significantly down since the pandemic. Academic experts are saying that math is all around us and recommends parents take every opportunity to have teachable moments. They can point out those examples.
Activities that young children love, so things like building blocks, doing art projects, playing sports, learning about nature, all of these things can and often do involve a lot of math. And so when children learn to see that and appreciate how the math in those activities actually helps us do those activities, that can really make math more joyful.
Parents are also advised to incorporate math terms into their vocabulary. It's also important for parents to ensure kids that math can involve making mistakes, and that's perfectly normal.
Now, through the first day of school, we'll be compiling all of the things busy parents and guardians need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code you see there right there on your screen and check out all the stories that we posted so far. Or you can go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/backtoschoolhq.
July isn't even over yet, but scientists predict that this will be the hottest month human civilization has ever seen. The World Meteorological Organization and the European Union's Climate Change Service says we just lived through the hottest 3-week period on record. Now, typically, these records are broken by hundredths of a degree, but the first 23 days of July averaged nearly 63 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a whole degree higher than the record set back in July of 2019. I think Phoenix is pretty much setting those records for everyone.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is pretty much on fire today. It's like, what, 118 degrees?
Crazy.
Guess what? 3 weeks, though, and we lived through it. So congratulations, everyone. Good job. Well done. Well, as we are dealing with these hottest days of the year in Maryland, families are heading to the pool and trying to beat the heat. This was the scene at Druid Hill Park yesterday afternoon in that new pool. Yeah, neighbors saying they are grateful for the opportunity to cool off at the newly renovated facility.
I am truly thankful because with this weather, that is free. You can always use some cold water to splash around in this hot weather.
I remember when it didn't look like this. You know, so to see the neighborhood grow, from to do this type of construction, to have something, a staple point in the community like this, man, you can't beat that.
Now, those comments coming as multiple city pools remain closed, though. Cherry Hill and Patterson Park pools both closed due to maintenance issues. The Lake Clifton pool just opened last week. For full coverage on the issues with city pools and Recreation and Parks Department, head to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
I want to go there. Every time we show that video, it just looks fun. And today is the place and time to do that because we are in weather alert yet again.
Yeah, dangerous weather. Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us now talking about that. Poor air quality. It's the humidity that's mixed in with this. That's what makes it so dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're going on day 2, day 3 of this. So it's a prolonged heat wave too. As that heat, that humidity builds, people forget that you've got to keep certain precautions in place. So remember, stay hydrated, lightweight, light-colored clothing, limit time outside if possible, take breaks in the shade, or better yet, the air conditioning. We are starting off with a pretty sunrise. We've got clear skies dominating this morning, upper 70s to begin, upper 90s to end today. Another hot and humid day ahead of us, and that's going to be the case all the way through Saturday, with storms showing back up tomorrow evening. And that's what's going to break this hot stretch, sending us some much needed relief from the heat, the humidity starting on Sunday. But today we've got an excessive heat warning in place. That's that hot pink here on the map. Everybody else a heat advisory. Either way, it just means it's going to feel very, very uncomfortable today with heat index values soaring into the triple digits. We're not alone. Much of the East Coast dealing with the heat, along with the Midwest, too. That's all the pink and orange you're seeing here on the weather map. We are tracking another chance for a couple of showers, a couple of stray storms today. Not until this evening, and it's not a huge chance either, much like yesterday. That changes this weekend. I'm tracking a new weather maker, a cold front actually, and that's going to live up to its name. First, it sends us a little batch of showers by the end of Saturday morning, right around 11 a.m. Nothing too significant. Looks like the main event, the main push of storms comes through Saturday evening. This is when we throw in that potential for severe weather. We get this broken line of showers and storms right around 5 o'clock. After that, the cold front scoots through, and after that, we cut down on the heat, the humidity. We are left behind with some clouds and a couple of lingering showers on Sunday morning, but it's going to feel much better and be much better for outdoor plans, too. Today, we are under a marginal risk for severe weather, 1 out of 5 on that threat level scale. Any storm that does develop could produce some damaging wind gusts. A higher risk comes Saturday. That's when we're included in the slight risk, damaging winds, hail, and even a few brief tornadoes at that point. Now we are looking at still some toasty days ahead of us. Upper 90s both today and tomorrow. Near record highs. Current records stand at 103 for today, 101 on Saturday. On Sunday, turning much less humid. The clouds are here to stay and temperatures will be backing off. So we are back in the upper 80s by the end of the weekend. Hard to imagine, but in only 32 days, we're going to be busting out that bust up forecast. Now is the time to prepare for back to school for Baltimore City County, Harford County, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County. 40 days left of summer for Carroll, Cecil, and Kent counties, too. It's not going to feel like back to school anytime soon. We've got upper 90s for the next 2 days. Weather alert for the next 2 days because of the high heat plus the humidity. Then the storms come through on Saturday, and that brings us back into the upper 80s on Sunday. Next week looks much better. Actually, for the start of August, feeling more comfortable with highs in the mid 80s all the way through next Thursday at least. Now let's check in with Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden train 843. A lot time for travel there, perhaps. Light rail link right on time for your commute start. No delays or problems there. And Metro subway link looking good in both directions of that service for your commute start. For the MTA transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's health scare is putting term limits back in focus. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with the details.
Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter. What his defense attorney is planning to do next. 5:51. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local.
Making headlines this morning, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's public health scare is raising questions about how old is too old when it comes to serving in Congress. And he's not the only one, with Senator Dianne Feinstein also drawing concerns over her confusion during a committee vote. Sinclair National Correspondent Janae Bowens has the details on a renewed push for term limits.
And a string of
This shocking moment is raising questions about Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's ability to govern. During a press conference on Wednesday, McConnell froze for about 30 seconds.
Okay, Mitch.
The 81-year-old polio survivor also suffered a concussion and multiple falls this year. He's brushing off concerns.
I'm fine. That's the dehydrated.
And on Thursday, 90-year-old Senator Dianne Feinstein appeared confused and started to give a speech during a committee vote.
Priorities submitted. Yeah, just say aye. Okay, just aye.
Age an issue in the current presidential campaign as well, with questions about 80-year-old Joe Biden's health and mental fitness. While the president is already limited to 2 terms, there's a push in Washington to extend that to members of Congress as well.
Folks tend to become very insulated from the voters that they're supposed to represent. And really, D.C. is an alternate reality.
Senator Ted Cruz has been pushing for term limits for years. He's proposing a constitutional amendment that would limit 3 2-year terms for members of the House and 2 6-year terms for the Senate.
Our capital has too often become a political playground for the powerful and the well-connected.
A poll from the University of Maryland shows 83% of Americans favor a constitutional amendment on term limits for members of Congress.
If you listen to Charles Grassley, he's up on everything. He's 89 years old, but he is quite competent. But the question is, as the incumbency increases, what kinds of unfair advantages inhere in the system that the public is not going to use as a basis for their voting?
Opponents say the restrictions get rid of people with great experience and knowledge, and with voters deciding who's in power, term limits already exist. On Capitol Hill, I'm Janae Bowens.
Well, the White House has confirmed that President Biden did reach out to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell after his health scare.
There is a lot that they disagree on, but they have found ways to work together to find common ground. And I think that's important for the American people to see, that bipartisanship and how they've been able to work together. Obviously, the president has known the senator for some time now.
She declined to give any details on the conversation, but noted President Biden respects the Kentucky senator.
Senate lawmakers have passed their own version of the National Defense Authorization Act, authorizing more than $800 billion in defense funding for the upcoming fiscal year. It also includes assurances for Ukraine and a 5% pay raise for both service members and Defense Department civilian workforce. Speaking after the vote, Senator Chuck Schumer, not here right now, this is not the right video, called the bill, which passed by a vote of 86-11, an example of bipartisanship in Congress.
NDAA is a prime example of how Congress can work together for the American people. We have a very divided country. We have a divided Congress, but nonetheless, we were able to come together and pass a bill overwhelmingly on one of the most important issues facing America.
Well, the measure's passage sets up a clash now with the House, which narrowly passed its own version of the bill earlier this month after adopting a series of controversial amendments pushed by hardline conservatives.
Today is the last day of the Truman Civil Rights Symposium in D.C. and last night, President Biden delivered the keynote address at the Truman Civil Rights Symposium.
Now, the 3-day event commemorates the 75th anniversary of when President Harry Truman desegregated the U.S. Armed Forces. Biden applauded Truman's decision, highlighted how it's made the U.S. military more diverse. The president also calling out Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville, who has been stalling some of the decisions made here. He said the president calling him out, and he's been stalling senior military promotions in protest against the Pentagon's abortion policy.
It's time for the Senate of Alabama to let these generals and admirals fully serve their country and service members care for themselves and their families. I urge Senate Republicans to do what they know is right, keep our country safe like Harry Truman. Approve all those outstanding military nominees now, now, now.
According to the Pentagon, the number of unconfirmed positions will grow by 650 by the end of the year if Senator Tuberville continues his protest.
The latest debate on whether to be sentenced as a juvenile or an adult. We'll tell you about the Squeegee kid who's been now convicted of manslaughter in the case of Timothy Reynolds.
And the Squeegee Kid case is one of 3 court cases to see a conviction. Ahead this morning, we look at Ivan Bates's record compared to the previous city state's attorney.
Special counsel bringing additional charges against former President Donald Trump, what the president is saying this morning, and the charges he's now facing.
And we've got 2 more extremely hot and humid days ahead of us, but then I'm tracking a weather maker that's going to bring us big changes this weekend. I've got an updated look at the timeline of that in 10 minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for joining us on this Friday morning, July 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we are in weather alert here today. Temperatures soaring once again.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we want to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about the dangerous weather that we're facing. Amy?
Yeah, exactly. We've got an excessive heat warning out now for the Baltimore area, so that is serious. That means heat index values are going to soar today and reach 110 in some spots. Right now, temperatures are in the upper 70s already, so we are off to a balmy start. Dew points are also up close to 70. That means the humidity is noticeable and present, giving us that sticky, uncomfortable feel. So on our comfort scale, 5 being where we want to be, dry and comfy, we are far from that. We're actually ranking today as a 1 because it feels extremely soupy and tropical again, kind of like what we felt yesterday. But the end is near. So coming up in 10 minutes, we will talk about when this hot stretch is going to come to an end and when we're also tracking some showers and some storms this weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And no issues to report on any of the major roadways around Baltimore from Frederick to down the ocean. You are wide open.
The person who was responsible for his murder has been convicted of killing him.
The jury found that, yes, he was somewhat justified.
Well, Squeegee Kid has been found guilty in the killing of Timothy Reynolds. After days of deliberation, the jury found 16-year-old Tavon Scott committed voluntary manslaughter.
The decision comes after 3 days of deliberation, eventually convicting Scott not on the multiple murder charges he was facing, but a lesser charge. After the verdict, lawyers for both sides say they're frustrated with the result.
Now we'll see if he will be sentenced in adult court or it will be moved to juvenile court.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with a look at what's next in this case. Taylor.
Well, that's right, you guys. The defendant in this case, who's now been convicted, only 16 years old. If he goes to the adult system, he could face up to 35 years behind bars. If the case is transferred to the juvenile system, he could face 6 years behind bars. And that's what the defense attorneys have long been arguing is the appropriate sentencing. And that argument now spilling over not only to lawmakers, but activists. Take a look at this tweet from State Senator Jill Carter, where she compares a lengthier adult sentence to the shorter sentence that the teenager would get if they're placed in the juvenile justice system. She says he could possibly get a third of the time with good time and parole, while the justice system has education and appropriate measures in place to cater to a young person. However, activist Kenji Scott, who once led a statewide juvenile justice coalition, says that 15-year-olds should be placed in a juvenile system, but says the system sorely lacks the services many teens need for rehabilitation.
They have ignored the fact that these services don't exist. It's still not appropriate, in my opinion, that a juvenile be placed in Maryland Department of Corrections.
Now, the Department of Juvenile Services is working on expanding their access to mental health services and treatment for young people who are found in this predicament. But at this point, we know that attorneys are saying the sentencing hearing could take place within the next month.
Well, Taylor, are prosecutors satisfied with this outcome?
So attorneys for Reynolds not quite satisfied. That wouldn't be the word, because they were looking for a murder conviction. This is manslaughter. So manslaughter is the conviction that now opens the door for this conversation on whether or not this teen should be sentenced in the juvenile justice system. Meantime, defense attorneys are saying they think this should have been tried in the juvenile system from the get-go, and they're setting to appeal that. And we'll keep you updated as that gets underway. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge says there are several factors to consider when the judge thinks about moving this Squeegee case to a juvenile system.
In the juvenile court, there's a balancing of the best interests of the child with obviously keeping the community safe. So this young man could be detained at a juvenile detention facility like Charles Hickey. This could be placed on GPS monitoring, community supervision, which I would liken to adult probation. There are a wider array of services that are offered, psychiatric, group and individual counseling, but with an offense this serious, even if the case were transferred to the juvenile justice system, you have to expect that this young man would spend some time detained at a juvenile facility regardless.
Maryland's juvenile justice system has seen violent offenders slip through the cracks before. Antonio Bardney was 17 when he was arrested for armed carjacking in 2017. Now, the case went to juvenile court and he was sentenced to home confinement. He was arrested for murder a year later. While on pretrial release, authorities say he cut his ankle monitor and ran away.
It is important to note there are laws in place that could be used to keep squeegee kids out of all intersections. One of them states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Many say Reynolds' death was a breaking point for the city after years of squeegee problems.
Violent history goes back years. In January of 2020, a 52-year-old man was assaulted right outside of his car. You see it in the video here. The video showing the man being hit repeatedly by a squeegee kid.
The following month, 2 Baltimore City police officers were attacked by 2 men after receiving complaints of squeegee kids. Then, in August, another attack caught on camera showing squeegee kids throwing rocks at cars.
October 2021, a woman was assaulted, bruised, and bloodied at the intersection of President and Lombard Streets. She says it was a squeegee kid who attacked her. There were also multiple reports of squeegee kids, scamming drivers out of money using Cash App last year. Police even going as far to give a warning to drivers on this theft.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you agree with the verdict in this squeegee kid trial? So far, you can see 61% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Fox 45 has been reporting issues with squeegee kids for years now. You can find all of our previous reporting and the latest details on the conviction on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Topping our next half hour, we're going to have more on the squeegee kids' controversial conviction, including how the families are feeling and why the defense says their fight is not over.
But first, former President Donald Trump slamming the Justice Department after they added more charges to the classified document investigation. We'll have the latest on those new charges and what's next for the upcoming trial, including how it could affect the 2024 election.
And another very hot and humid day ahead of us means keep drinking your water. Don't forget any of these important safety tips over the next couple of days. I'll let you know when this hot stretch comes to an end in a couple of minutes. It's 6:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning. 6:10 on this Weather Alert Friday. A weather alert from the extreme heat that continues for at least 2 more days before we get some much needed relief. That means if the kids are headed out to camp today, maybe heading to Ravens training camp, make sure you're taking into account all the hot weather safety precautions. Stay hydrated, lightweight, light colored clothing. High temperatures will peak in the upper 90s again, feeling closer to 110 this afternoon. Pretty hot temperatures there. No real chances for rain, at least through this afternoon. We could see a stray storm this evening. A better chance for storms as we kick off the weekend tomorrow as a cold front moves through. I'll let you know what that weather maker means for your weekend plans in 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. From our live center here this morning, former President Donald Trump is slamming the Justice Department after a special prosecutor, Jack Smith, added new charges in the classified document investigation. Trump calling the new indictment another case of election interference, saying that it would not have been filed if he wasn't going to be the Republican nominee. Well, the Justice Department's expansion of charges against former President Trump include a felony count under the Espionage Act for possessing a highly classified war plan. The charges also say that he attempted to delete Mar-a-Lago security footage after it was subpoenaed, accusing the former president of requesting a resort employee to delete the footage. That employee, Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos de Oliveira, is now the 3rd defendant in the case and is scheduled for an arraignment Monday morning. It's not yet clear how the new charges will impact the pace of the case against Trump and his former aide, Walt Nauta. Right now, the trial is scheduled to start in late May. But even before the new charges were unveiled, it was possible for that trial date to be pushed back, which could have implications for the GOP frontrunner in the 2024 election. This comes at a time of escalating anticipation of a possible additional indictment over former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Barriers actually put up outside the Fulton County Courthouse in Georgia Thursday, fueling speculation that they may announce an indictment soon. If we get any new information, we'll bring it to you right here from our live center.
Coming up next, the White House press secretary says there's no chance that President Biden will pardon his son Hunter from any federal charges filed against him. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joins us with the latest on Hunter's hearing and the controversial plea deal one federal judge struck down. Gas prices are at their highest average in 8 months. You probably noticed that when you see them constantly ticking up. In our next half hour, we'll let you know what experts are saying about how oil production is affecting the rise in prices. 6:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
from a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
White House press secretary says there's no possibility President Biden would pardon his son Hunter, who is facing misdemeanor tax charges in federal court and is recently found out is being investigated on other charges. Hunter entering the not guilty plea in Delaware courthouse Wednesday after his original plea deal fell apart. Joining us now with what these new developments could mean in this case, political commentator and D.C. insider Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
We started talking about this. You see the judge's reaction to the deal when they started asking questions about, are there other charges, and what happens, though? Is he saying there's leniency in other, I guess, portions of this, saying, you know what, if they investigate anything else here, does that mean that he's going to be exempt, or are they still doing it? And when they heard back that there's still investigations, that's when the defense said, okay, enter a non-guilty plea then, forget this, we're done with this.
Well, I think what was fascinating was the fact that Hunter's lawyers thought that he would be protected from any future charges, and the Justice Department said, you got Farrah. Yeah. There are foreign lobby charges that we could prosecute him on in the future. And they gathered, they reached an agreement, and they came to the conclusion, and Hunter's lawyers agreed. But when they got to the issue of guns and the taxes, the judge said, well, why should I get involved in an issue with taxes where I have no jurisdiction and I've never been involved in? Well, they said we wanted a neutral arbiter, and we thought you were the person that could do it. And then they talked about the fact that she's not sure whether or not Hunter Biden is going to be protected and whether or not the plea deal will hold water, because she said there were just a lot of constitutional issues here that have not been answered. But the real issue here, Tom, is the political issue, is that this really places focus on the president. The fact that this issue will not go away. They thought he was going to go into court. And you could see that Hunter was very nervous as it was unraveling. They want this to go away. But what it tells him, this is an albatross around the president's neck. Because remember, the president said he had no involvement, no engagement, no knowledge of the son's activities, but he has backtracked on that. Obviously, the president, we do know he has cases of senility and can't remember, but he had to backtrack to say, well, I may have not had knowledge, but I was not involved. But the bottom line is that the Republicans are pushing this investigation. And listen, let me tell you something, Tom, $1.3 million and $1.5 million on tax evasion is no chump change. I mean, obviously it's reckless. And even the gun charge, he possessed an illegal gun when he was involved with drugs, and that is absolutely illegal. And with this coming about, there could be other prosecutors that bring other charges against him in the future. It's just the last thing that the president of the United States needs, because he will be eventually tied to this
Armstrong, real quick, we're out of time, but would it have been better, though, if they just finished it yesterday? Or do you think by saying this, no, this will bleed into the next election, and then Biden can say, you know, we just like last time, we need to ban some of these stories on it because that may interfere with the election?
Well, it couldn't happen that way because, as is reported, these are the typical questions that judges ask before they agree on the plea bargain, and it just began to unravel. But I want to send you greetings from Yellowstone National Park. I would encourage people to visit our national parks. What a great place in the world. My first time here.
Yeah, well, enjoy it, Armstrong, and thank you so much for connecting with us. I know it's a little bit earlier there than it is here, so thank you for waking up and giving us a few minutes of your time. We appreciate it.
Always my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
And even out where Armstrong is, they're feeling the heat, too. We are in weather alert this morning, and it's heating up.
Yeah, it is. In fact, we have meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us about the dangers that are associated with this, because when we talk about heat indexes and the indices going up this high and the lack of air quality. Whew.
Yeah, and you don't want to downplay it, because I think people can tend to do that with heat, saying it's just a hot day, but heat's actually the #1 weather-related killer, with about 158 deaths from heat each year. Flood would follow, and then tornadoes and hurricanes. So this is something that you want to take seriously. We're seeing the sun for the first time this morning. Looks so tiny up in the sky, but of course so powerful. Going to bring our numbers way up again today, giving us that warm glow already. Temperatures are starting off in the upper 70s, low 80s right now. So we're already off to a warm start, and it's only going to get hotter. Here's a look at the current setup. High pressure sitting right offshore. We call this a Bermuda high just because of its placement. If you follow the little arrows around that high, you'll notice they're sending our air in from the south and from the west, and that's pumping our air in from a very hot spot, sending our temperatures to near 100 degrees again today, and actually again tomorrow too. Because of that, we've got an excessive heat warning out if you're colored in pink. That includes the Baltimore area and up and down 95. Everybody in orange, a heat advisory. We're not alone dealing with this extreme heat. You'll notice much of the Northeast, New England, back towards the Midwest, all dealing with heat advisories and excessive heat warnings, at least for another day or two. So let's track our feel like temperatures. These are the numbers that matter. This is what you want to dress for. Feeling close to 105 to 108 around lunchtime. Doesn't get much better this afternoon. Actually only gets hotter. Feeling close to 110 in some spots at that point. Temperatures don't cool down a whole lot tonight. We'll start off your Saturday morning feeling like we're close to 90, and then another hot day, feeling like we're up to 100 at lunchtime, and then 105, 108, 110 even in some spots by day's end. And then we'll finally start to cool things down starting Saturday evening and Saturday night behind a new weather maker. Today's storm chances look limited. Widely scattered showers and storms today, primarily this evening. After that, we're dry to kick off your Saturday. We will see a little batch of showers push through late Saturday morning around 11 a.m. Main event comes Saturday evening. That's when we get this line of scattered showers and storms. Some of these could be strong to severe, so that would be our main threat time Saturday evening. After that, the front passes. We're left behind with some clouds and a couple of sprinkles here to start off your Sunday morning. So this weekend starts off hot and steamy still. Actual temperatures in the upper 90s, feels like triple digits, with that chance for some late day showers and storms. Sunday feels much better for any outdoor plans, a leftover shower, otherwise mostly cloudy and much less humid. If you're heading to the beach to cool off, it's going to be toasty there Friday and Saturday, but it looks like they'll also see some relief after some storms come Sunday. Weather alert here at home for the next 2 days because of the high heat plus the humidity, but by Sunday we finally get that much needed relief, and the mid 80s will stick around as we head through early next week too. Now let's check in with Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 and 10 train 400 operating with delays. 511 running 5 minutes late and 10 train 400 with a 15-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link right on time for your commute. No delays in either direction. And Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. The Maryland Department of Transportation, MTA, will host a series of open house meetings now through August 2nd to engage the public on relaunch Red Line project in Baltimore and to gather neighborhood feedback as the project advances. The next open house will be on Saturday from 10 to 2 at the University of Maryland Biopark at 801 West Baltimore Street in Baltimore. Info is available at mta.maryland.gov. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
3 major cases this week, all ending in convictions for City State's attorney Ivan Bates. Is this due to his leadership and campaign message? If you break the law, you face consequences.
And with the start of school just about a month away, top of mind for many parents is back to school safety. We're going to let you know what you can do to keep your kids safe on the way to school. 6:23 on Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning. Today marks exactly 1 month until the first day of school for many Maryland students, and Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters with everything you need to know to help get your kids ready for that first day.
One thing that should be top of mind as the school year approaches is safety. The American Red Cross has some tips to help keep your kids safe on the road as they're heading back to school.
If your child takes the bus to school, they should get to the bus stop early and stand away from the curb. They should also wait for the bus to come to a complete stop before boarding. The bus drivers will make them know that.
Yeah, and if your kids will be boarding the bus alone, make sure they know traffic signals and road safety.
If your kids take a car to school, they should always wear a seatbelt. This includes teenagers driving themselves to school. And you should also remind them to stay off their phones while driving.
And kids riding a bike to school should always wear their helmet and then ride with the flow of traffic. If they're walking, they should only cross at the intersections and use a route with school crossing guards if available. For more safety tips, you can visit redcross.org.
Well, Fox 45 News again is your back-to-school headquarters. Now through the first day of school, we will be compiling all of the things that busy families need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code on your screen, check out all of the stories that we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
And all this summer, Sinclair has been partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. In fact, just scan the QR code you see right there to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if you're a family who is struggling with basic needs for your baby, you can get some help by going to sinclaircares.com.
Up next, we have continuing coverage of the Squeegee kid convicted of manslaughter, including why neither of the two families are satisfied with the verdict.
And 3 major legal victories for Baltimore prosecutors. The message it's sending about breaking the law in the city, just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, July 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and as you see, we are weather alert this morning.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with the temperatures and the feels like, too.
Yeah, lots of issues ahead of us again today and actually again tomorrow. We've got an excessive heat warning out today for the Baltimore area. That's the hot pink you're seeing here on the map. Everybody else under an advisory. Either way, it feels hot. Feels like triple digits again today. So similar to yesterday. Already it feels like we're close to 80 degrees in a lot of locations. So already off to a pretty toasty and uncomfortable start. Get the dog out earlier over later and maybe keep the walk a little extra short today. Remember, pavement temperatures heat up too and heat up fast. So by 9 a.m. it's already going to be pretty uncomfortable for both you and them with temperatures in the low 80s at that point. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly what's going to bring an end to this brutal heat wave and what you can expect for the rest of the weekend. Back to you.
He's been convicted of manslaughter, which makes him eligible to be transferred to juvenile court, which is what we're going to be pursuing.
Continuing coverage this morning after days of deliberation, 16-year-old Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter.
He was accused of shooting and killing a Baltimore driver near the Inner Harbor last year. The teen avoided first and second-degree murder convictions in the death of 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds.
Now, two families left the courtroom not fully satisfied with the court's ruling. Reynolds' family attorney says while they wanted a murder conviction, this is the first step in the healing process. The teen's family was hoping for a full acquittal, but the defense says their fight is not over.
The Squeegee trial verdict marks one of 3 high-profile convictions this week for City State's Attorney Ivan Bates's office.
And some experts say Bates is backing up his promises after pushing a tougher stance on crime during his campaign.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with new developments in court. Taylor.
That's right. Since Bates was elected, his reiteration has been, if you break the law, we will prosecute you. Now let's break down 3 of those major cases this past week. 21-year-old Chase Wilson found guilty of second-degree murder in the shooting death of Morgan State University security guard who was killed last August. And another guilty verdict for Michael Robertson, who murdered his pregnant girlfriend, Akia Eagleston, and their unborn child. And then, as you guys just mentioned, a manslaughter conviction for the 16-year-old Squeegee worker who was convicted in the death of Timothy Reynolds.
So when you see 3 different prosecutions for violent crimes resulting convictions in high-profile cases, it tells criminal defendants and those in Baltimore City that are looking to commit crime that we're back living in a world of consequences.
And one of the other sticking points that folks have been looking for is tougher penalties when it comes to illegal handguns. That's something City State Attorney Ivan Bates has said he will prioritize. We do want to mention that that manslaughter charge that the 16-year-old Squeegee kid was convicted of, it also came with a possession of a firearm under the age of 21, as well as felony possession of a firearm. So those are 2 additional charges that really drive home the message that if you break the law in Baltimore, you will face the consequences. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, this week's wins for the City State's Attorney's Office are a sharp contrast from what we saw under the office under Marilyn Mosby just last year. In fact, last spring, Mosby and her prosecutors lost 3 cases in 1 week. All 3 were high-profile murder cases, all 3 ending in acquittals.
Last summer, a Baltimore judge criticized former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby in a conspiracy case over which he presided, involving 26 correctional officers at Baltimore City jails. The judge wrote staffing problems in the office resulted in egregious failures. The judge ended up dropping the charges against all 26 officers. At the time, Fox 45 News found the City State's Attorney's Office was down between 80 to 100 prosecutors. Some legal experts telling Fox 45 News the prosecutors on staff were inexperienced, had low morale, and high caseloads.
His attorney vowing to take his case to juvenile court. What comes next in the case of a Squeegee kid found guilty of voluntary manslaughter?
And if you're hitting the roads this weekend, your wallet is gonna take a hit. Why gas prices are going up across the country, according to experts.
And a near record-breaking heat wave puts us in weather alert, dangerous temperatures. We are timing out triple-digit heat indices, and when cooler air will bring some relief. 6:35, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This week brought eerie orange skies, followed by stormy weather to the South Bend, Indiana area, rolling thunder and lightning strikes, including this one captured in Elkhart. And some folks are beating the heat with a cool breeze on the water, like this viewer at South Holston Lake, which is shared by Virginia and Tennessee, and is east of Bristol, which is also in both states.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
Almost 6:40 on this Weather Alert Friday. We are looking at extreme heat plus humidity over the next couple of days still. Today, much like yesterday, it's going to feel like the triple digits. Actual temperatures in the upper 90s. Feel like temperatures, they're the ones that matter. Feeling like 107 by 4 o'clock this afternoon under blazing sunshine. Now, we do have a small storm chance today that comes through this evening. A bigger one coming tomorrow, and that's what's going to bring us relief from this heat and humidity. I'll explain when that relief arrives in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Amy. If you're filling up before hitting the road this weekend, national average rising 3 cents overnight. It's $3.73. As you can see right there in the red for regular gas, still well below this time last year, but back to its highest in about 8 months. Here in Maryland, you see in the bottom there in the blue, $3.71. Just a month ago, it was $3.46. Washington State, California, they have the highest prices in the nation right now, both averaging $4.93 this morning. With drivers in Seattle and L.A. specifically back to paying more than $5 a gallon for regular gas. Experts say there are a few things going on right now causing the prices to rise. First, Gas Buddy says gasoline supplies are at their lowest level since 2015, right in the heart of summer travel. Second, with fears of a recession starting to fade, demand is increasing, but OPEC has cut production. Third, some refineries are dealing with unscheduled maintenance, in part, analysts say, because of the extreme heat. Well, rising gas prices could derail the improvements that we've seen on the inflation in the last few months. Speaking of which, we'll get the Fed's preferred inflation report this morning. That drops around 8:30. It's expected to show numbers continuing to fall, and as a result, we expect to find out Americans spent more in the last month. We'll have those results for you shortly after they come out a little bit later on this morning, right here in the Live Center.
Next, an update on that deadly plane crash in Hartford. We're going to have details on the pilot, and why he wasn't authorized to fly in the first place. And a drug dealer sentenced in the overdose death of the Wire star Michael K. Williams, why the show's creator was part of a group advocating for a lighter sentence. It is 6:41 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. In your morning rush, an update to Tuesday's deadly plane crash in Havre de Grace. The pilot has now been identified as 59-year-old retired Army Major General Anthony Potts of Aberdeen. Harford County officials saying that his plane crashed into a cornfield less than 2 miles from Harford County Airport. He was pronounced dead at the scene. According to the FAA, Potts was not authorized to fly because of medical reasons.
Drug dealer linked in the death of the Wire star Michael K. Williams has been sentenced to 30 months in prison. 71-year-old Carlos Maki was linked with the drug organization blamed for the actor's overdose on fentanyl-laced heroin. Williams was found dead in his New York apartment in September 2021. Prosecution wanted a 4-year sentence, but both Williams' family and the Wire creator David Simon sought leniency due to Mackey's addiction struggles.
Defense attorneys for the Squeegee kid convicted of manslaughter in the case of Timothy Reynolds want the teen to be sentenced in juvenile court. This morning we have Taylor Stewart with a look ahead at the sentencing hearing. Taylor.
That's right. By all accounts, this fight might just be getting started here. 16-year-old Tavon Scott is facing either 35 years up to 35 years behind bars if he's sentenced in the adult criminal justice system. If he's sentenced as a juvenile, though, it could be 6 years behind bars. So very big discrepancy in those timelines. At this point, we know defense attorneys are making an argument to have this put in the juvenile justice system. Lawmakers are weighing in. Activists are now chiming in as well. And we're going to break down this entire sentencing debate at 7 o'clock for you. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We are weather alert here this morning as we prepare for another hot day ahead.
Yeah, in fact, dangerous temperatures. We want to get another check of your forecast here. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at it for us.
Yeah, here's that sun. This is what is bringing our temperatures up already this morning. We're at a very balmy 78 degrees. We end up in the upper 90s again today. Actually staying hot and pretty steamy all the way through Saturday. Storms will arrive Saturday evening, and that's what's going to send us relief from the heat, the humidity. We're turning much less humid by the end of the weekend on Sunday. But today we are in the thick of it. We've got an excessive heat warning out for the Baltimore area. Heat advisories for everybody else. Basically, it means dangerous, hot and humid conditions. Feeling like we're well into the triple digits today. And we're not alone. That is the case from the Midwest all the way into the Northeast, even parts of New England dealing with this extreme heat. Not much of a rain chance for us today. A few spot showers this evening around 4 o'clock, mainly south of Baltimore. We're dry to start off your Saturday. We see a few more showers show up late Saturday morning around 11 a.m. A better shot at showers and some storms tomorrow evening. This is when we get the potential for severe weather too, as that cold front drops into this very hot and juicy air mass that could trigger some strong to severe storms. Behind this front, big changes. We'll catch a break from the heat, the humidity. We're left behind with some clouds and a couple of lingering showers on Sunday, but overall feeling much better at that point. Today, marginal risk for severe weather if you're Baltimore on westward in this dark green here. It's low, 1 out of 5 on the threat level scale. Gusty winds would be our main concern with any storm that develops later today. And then tomorrow, we've got a slight risk for severe weather, a little higher, 2 out of 5 on the threat level scale. At that point, damaging wind gusts, hail, and even a few tornadoes. And that would be Saturday late afternoon through the early evening hours. So you're going to want to avoid pool time during that time frame. Otherwise, you're going to want to be in the pool both today and tomorrow with highs in the upper 90s. Feel like temperatures close to 110. Records are in the triple digits. We'll get awfully close again today and tomorrow. Sunday, we're back to normal. We're back in the upper 80s, mostly cloudy with a couple of leftover showers too. Hard to imagine, but 32 days until we're going to start using that bus stop forecast graphic here on Fox 45. That's going to be the case for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties too. Carroll County, Cecil, and Kent have about 40 days to go to prepare for back to school. Now we are looking at weather alert days both today and tomorrow because of the extreme heat plus the humidity. Actual temperatures in the upper 90s, feel like temperatures in the triple digits. We settle back into the upper 80s on Sunday behind that front with just a lingering shower. And then we're actually mostly dry to wrap up July, kick off August. Temperatures are also much more manageable. We're back in the mid 80s for much of next week with another chance for some spotty storms arriving Thursday. Remember, you can always use that QR code you see at the bottom of your 7-day forecast. If you want to use it, just scan it with your phone, and it's going to take you right to our WBFF weather app. And you can also get all these weather alerts delivered that way. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. The Women's World Cup is underway this morning with England playing Denmark. And in just a few minutes, China will play Haiti.
Yeah, England already won. Now here are the current Group E standings. Team USA still in the lead there. You see the points, 4 points here for U.S. even after their game against the Netherlands ended with a tie. Netherlands in second place, followed by Portugal and then Vietnam.
So here we go. Any early predictions, guys?
Well, and it's looking at the points. England has the most. They have 6 points now with that win. And now we have to wait for U.S. women's play Tuesday. I believe they're playing against Portugal.
I think you're right.
Tuesday morning at like 3 a.m. So we actually could be watching it, but we'll be on our sister station when they're actually playing. But you can watch it right here.
I was feeling optimistic because the rematch with the Netherlands, I thought that they were going to crush it, though. They said it was going to be like what it was in 2019. But when it came to a tie, it made me a little worried. Do you think they're going to be all right?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I guess they've got all of us supporting them, right? I feel like there's a ton of fans watching and cheering them on from afar, even at 3 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter here.
7:30, the late games at 8 a.m., you know.
And soccer is amazing. All of the names that we remember from 2019 and then even the games before that are still on the team this year, too. I'm always amazed at how long soccer players can crush it.
They're incredible athletes. That's always so impressive.
Yep. Should be fun. Is it going to be hot for them in Australia? How's
I honestly, well, so it's the opposite, right? So it's actually their winter season there right now.
Much
so,
cooler.
Yeah,
that's
much
good
cooler.
news.
That's the place to be if you want to go join them over there.
Well, let's find out about where we will be when you're watching this. Fox 45 News is your home for FIFA Women's World Cup, which will create some changes for our lineup starting Monday.
So you can watch our morning news starting at 4:30 a.m. on the CW Baltimore, though, while all the World Cup action plays out right here on Fox 45. Once the World Cup broadcast ends, should be around 8 a.m., our morning news will return to Fox 45.
Then Tuesday, it will be slightly different. Morning news will return to Fox 45 around 9 after the women play in their match at 3 o'clock. Wednesday, we will start on CW Baltimore at 4:30 and return to Fox 45 at 8.
Well, coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, it is Funny Friday. We are going to have some laughs with a local comedian, George Wallace.
And even if you're not an orange cat, you probably still enjoy a nice plate of lasagna. Coming up, Carrabba's Italian Grill is joining us with their special recipe to celebrate National Lasagna Day. And we're going to build, how many layers do you think that is? 4 layers, 5 layers?
At least 4. And now I can only think of Garfield and Mondays. But it's Friday. It's something to toast to.
It is, yeah, definitely. And we can toast right now with a coffee break. .54, and in this morning's Assignment America, another dangerous and aggressive hit on retail. This time, Nordstrom was the target. Police say 2 suspects tried to ram a vehicle into the flagship store in downtown Seattle.
Michelle Esteban with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle says it has shaken shoppers and rattled retailers.
We've seen it on repeat. Vehicles used for smash and grabs. Often it's a small business. This time it was Nordstrom, the flagship downtown Seattle store.
They proceeded to try to break it, and then they pulled out a gun, were shooting, the window.
He's too afraid to show his face, but watched a sedan ram into the Chanel boutique at Nordstrom and get nowhere. Then watched as they shot up the storefront window.
And Nordstrom's is such a centerpiece downtown.
Bridger Mack is a Nordstrom customer, works across the street.
A car is a bit extreme, as is a gun.
Oh my, wow. That is definitely frightening.
Sarah lives nearby and shops here regularly and has this advice.
You want to be on your guard.
Many of these crimes are becoming more and more aggressive and violent.
On Tuesday, City Council got an audit report with 10 recommendations on how to tackle organized retail crime, calling what's happening in Seattle a public safety issue. At the heart of it, more collaboration with city, county, and state agencies, everyone involved, including businesses.
We agree with the auditor's report and frankly, the title of it, which is The City Can Do More.
Rachel Smith leads the Seattle Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. She says the chamber's members struggle with security costs and need solutions now. They want more police, more collaboration, and updated retail theft programs.
It is a lot better to have public safety issues addressed by government with a government response than having, security from 100 different retail businesses out there, in the communities.
Despite the struggle, Smith is hopeful the recommendations come just in time.
We've got a lot of challenging issues to tackle. We've got a lot of exciting opportunities. But yeah, it's a lot of work every day.
Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Michelle Esteban in Seattle.
A would-be bank robber in Ohio is in the can in more ways than one. This was the scene when officers responded to an alarm at the Vacationland Federal Credit Union in Huron early Thursday. They heard noises coming from the roof of the bank's drive-thru. Moments later, a man dropped from the roof. You see him right there in straight blue recycling can, and then positioned under the roof access door. So the 27-year-old suspect was quickly arrested while he was in the can. Now he's going to be going to the can. He's going to be held in the Erie County Jail, $50,000 bond.
Wow. Didn't see that happening. A FedEx driver, meantime, pulls a man from a burning car seconds before it exploded on a California interstate. After calling 911, look at that. Jonathan Rawback is seen here sifting through the smoke and the flames. Look at him. He was able to confirm that no one else was in the car. He then waited alongside the man there for first responders to arrive. That's incredible.
If I was hurt, or my family or her or anybody, if it looks like there's some way that you might need to help somebody, why not stop and help them?
That's because he's a good guy. Rohrbach says he won't call himself a hero, just someone simply doing the right thing.
Former President Donald Trump facing more federal charges, why prosecutors say his handling of a war plan may have been illegal.
And we are looking at another hot and humid day ahead of us. I'll let you know how much longer this heat wave is going to continue in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, we are weather alert as temperatures continue to soar. Central Maryland under heat advisories with potential severe weather threat, including poor air quality.
Now you can see the heat alerts right there on our Weather Authority radar. That's on the left-hand side. On the right, looks like our Ocean City shot just went down, but we've got the Inner Harbor and Towson cams pulled up, and you can see that sun. It's out.
Yeah, and cooling centers are open across our area. Harford County government Facebook page posted a picture of a list of all their cooling centers and the difference between heat and exhaustion or heat stroke. You can find a full list of centers listed on the Harford County government website, as a lot of other counties are starting to talk about how you can stay cool and safe. And thank you for joining us on this Friday morning, July 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland with meteorologist Amy Aronson here as well, taking a look at the numbers, and we've been talking about the feels like numbers too.
Yeah, that's what's so incredible. We haven't seen a 100-degree temperature just yet this season. We got awfully close yesterday. We reached a balmy 97 degrees. We'll get close again today, but it doesn't really matter how hot it's going to get because it's going to feel that hot this afternoon. Upper 70s to begin this morning. We're already at 79 in Baltimore City. Dew points are also up in the low 70s. That's what gives us that humid, uncomfortable, muggy feel. So on our comfort factor scale, 5 being where we strive to be, the dry and comfy category at 5, today ranks a 1, and that means it's going to be soupy, it's going to be tropical and uncomfortable again. But relief is in sight now. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how our next weather maker is going to impact your weekend plans and what it means for our hot temperatures too. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. We want to take a look at the Lens Solar Traffic Network here for you this morning. If you're getting up and heading out, looking great out there. Turn the AC on. We've got light traffic and no issues to report.
The person who was responsible for his murder has been convicted of killing him.
The jury found that, yes, he was somewhat justified.
Squeegee Kid has been found guilty in the killing of Timothy Reynolds. After days of deliberation, the jury found 16-year-old Tavon Scott committed voluntary manslaughter.
The decision comes after 3 days of deliberation, eventually convicting Scott not on the multiple murder charges he was facing, but a lesser charge. After the verdict, lawyers for both sides say they're frustrated with the result.
Now we'll see if the sentencing will be done in adult court or be moved to juvenile court.
This morning we have Taylor Stewart joining us live with a look at what is next in this case. Taylor.
That's right, adult court or juvenile court. And those outcomes hold very different timelines for the sentence that then 15-year-old Tavon Scott will face. Now, if he goes through the adult justice system, he's looking at 35 years. If he's sentenced in the juvenile system, he's looking at potentially 6 years. That's exactly what defense attorneys have been arguing for. And we're also hearing more arguments from not only lawmakers, but activists as well. Take a look at this tweet from State Senator Jill Carter. In comparing a lengthier sentence in the adult system, she points out it could likely include parole and good time, which could cut the sentence by 1/3 versus a potential 6-year juvenile sentence with age-appropriate programs, treatment, and reform options. Well, activist Kinji Scott, who once led a statewide juvenile justice coalition, says, yes, the 16-year-old should be put in the juvenile system, but he says the justice system sorely lacks the services many young people need.
They have ignored the fact that these services don't exist. It's still not appropriate, in my opinion, that a juvenile be placed in Maryland Department of Corrections.
A report on the Department of Juvenile Services revealed just that, a very lacking in mental health treatment, something that the director has said he is working on. At this point, we know that sentencing could come in the next month.
Taylor, are prosecutors satisfied with the outcome?
Nobody's really walking away feeling completely whole from this, Meg. So defense attorneys think this should have been tried in the juvenile justice system to begin with, and they're actually going to appeal that. But attorneys for Reynolds say, they were looking for a murder conviction, and this manslaughter charge is really what opens the door for a sentence through the juvenile justice system. So we'll have to see how this all plays out. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge says there are several factors to consider when the judge thinks about moving the Squeegee case to a juvenile system.
In the juvenile court, there's a balancing of the best interests of the child with obviously keeping the community safe. So this young man could be detained at a juvenile detention facility like Charles Hickey. This could be placed on GPS monitoring, community supervision, which I would liken to adult probation. There are a wider array of services that are offered, psychiatric, group, and individual counseling. But with an offense this serious, even if the case were transferred to the juvenile justice system, you have to expect that this young man would spend some time detained at a juvenile facility regardless.
Maryland's juvenile justice system has seen violent offenders slip through the cracks before. Antonio Bardney was 17 when he was arrested for armed carjacking in 2017. The case went to juvenile court. He was sentenced to home confinement. He was then arrested for murder a year later. While on pretrial release, authorities say he cut his ankle monitor and ran away.
It is important to note there are laws in place that could be used to keep squeegee kids out of all intersections. One of them states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Many say Reynolds' death was a breaking point for the city after years of squeegee problems.
Yeah, violent history going back years, as Megan was saying. In January 2020, 52-year-old man was assaulted outside of his vehicle. You see it here, the video showing him being repeatedly beat by a squeegee kid.
The following month, 2 Baltimore City police officers were attacked by 2 men after receiving complaints of squeegee kids. And then in August, another attack caught on camera showing squeegee kids throwing rocks at cars.
Now, in October of 2021, a woman was assaulted, bruised, and bloodied at the intersection of President and Lombard Street. She says it was a squeegee kid who attacked her. And there were also multiple reports of squeegee kids scamming drivers out of money using a cash app last year. Police even going as far as to warn drivers of the theft.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you agree with the verdict in the squeegee kid trial? So far, 63% of those who have voted say no. You can weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Fox 45 News has been reporting on the issues with squeegee kids for years now, and you can find all of our previous reporting and the latest details on the conviction right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Nearly 200 million people, or 60% of the U.S. population, are under heat advisories today.
President Joe Biden unveiling new efforts to try and protect Americans, particularly those seeing record-breaking temperatures in the Southwest.
And even those places that are used to extreme heat have never seen it as hot as it is now for as long as it's been. Even those who deny that we're in the midst of a climate crisis can't deny the impact of extreme heat is having on Americans.
Biden's plan directs the Labor Department to issue a hazard alert to employers and employees to clarify their federal heat-related protections. It also includes a $7 million investment to improve weather predictions and $152 million to boost drinking water infrastructure in western states. The president says the extreme heat shows the importance of his climate agenda, which invests money to help communities to open cooling centers, increase green space, and promote energy efficiency.
7:06 now, and yeah, we are weather alert. And if you're getting the kids ready to head out to camp today, you need to be extra prepared.
That's right. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with why and what we're feeling.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a lot like yesterday. So we've got the heat and the humidity on our hands. You combine the two together, and that gives us dangerously hot temperatures, or feel-like temperatures. So here's a look at that camp planner hour by hour. We start off in the upper 70s this morning, but by lunchtime, mid-90s, upper 90s to near 100. That's where we're going to wrap things up today. You factor in humidity, it's going to feel closer to 110. So make sure you're also sending them off with lots and lots of water, sunscreen, also lightweight, light colored clothing, highly recommended. Now come tomorrow, this all comes to an end. I'm tracking a weather maker that sends us big time relief from the heat and the humidity. I'll explain exactly when that arrives and what that means for your Saturday plans in 10 minutes. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network. Some of the drive times and some of the highways around here, a little bit of a volume increase. The only issue that we have, and there's no cameras there, it's 95 South, just past the Key Highway exit here. Two vehicles involved. It's not really causing much of a slowdown. You may have to tap your brakes. Everyone else, it seems like you're moving in the green all around the Baltimore region.
From our live center now this morning, former President Donald Trump is slamming the Justice Department after Special Prosecutor Jack Smith added new charges in the classified document investigation. Trump calling the new indictment another case of election interference, saying that it would not have been filed if he wasn't going to be the Republican nominee. The Justice Department's expansion of the charges against former President Trump include a felony count under the Espionage Act for possessing a highly classified war plan. The charges also say that he attempted to delete Mar-a-Lago security footage after it was subpoenaed, accusing the former president of requesting a resort employee to delete the footage. That employee, Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos de Oliveira, is now the third defendant in the case and is scheduled for an arraignment Monday morning. It's not yet clear how these new charges will impact the pace of the case against Trump and his former aide, Walt Nauta. Right now, the trial is scheduled to start in late May, but even before the new charges were unveiled, it was possible for that trial date to be pushed back, which could have implications for the GOP frontrunner in the 2024 election. This, of course, comes at a time of escalating anticipation of a possible additional indictment over former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. We're now seeing some barriers that are being put up outside the Fulton County Courthouse in Georgia. That was yesterday, fueling speculation that they may announce an indictment soon. If we get any new information, we'll bring it to you right here from our live center.
Well, here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. 3 cases, 3 convictions. Now, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates was able to help secure guilty verdicts across several high-profile cases.
But first, the Squeegee kid who killed Timothy Reynolds is convicted of voluntary manslaughter. A legal expert joining us live to break down what that means and what could be next. It is 7:10, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A Baltimore jury finds the teenage Squeegee kid accused of killing Timothy Reynolds guilty of voluntary manslaughter. But the defense says their fight isn't over. This morning, Kurt Nachman with EN Lawyers joining us live to weigh in on what happens now in a case like this. Kurt, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Let's start with voluntary manslaughter. What does that mean here in Maryland?
That means that the defendant honestly but unreasonably believed that he was defending himself or others. In other words, it's an imperfect self-defense case as opposed to first-degree murder, which is premeditated, or perfect self-defense, which would have been a complete defense to any of the charges that were involved here.
We know the teen's family was hoping for a full acquittal here. Again, the defense saying the fight isn't over. What's their next move here?
Yeah, they're going to be filing a request to move the case back to juvenile court, which they can do now that first-degree murder is not on the table.
Okay. And what would that look like? Well, what's the process?
So there's already been a denial of the request to transfer the case back to juvenile court. So I'm not sure, because there's been a number of changes in the law, that they're not going to re-examine the defendant, but they're going to re-examine him situationally where he is right now and take a look at whether or not, based on the charges and what he was actually found guilty of, whether or not it merits the decision to send the case back to juvenile court. And that's going to center around the ability for the young man to be rehabilitated in the juvenile justice system as opposed to incarcerated and punished in the adult system.
And sentencing, when we look at that, that could make a huge difference depending on where he would be sentenced.
Yeah, catastrophic difference. Juvenile court has jurisdiction up to the age of 21, whereas if he's in adult court, he's facing a maximum penalty of 35 years in prison, first 5 without the possibility of parole.
What do you think this means, this decision just in Baltimore City alone? Is this, you know, a push for what Ivan Bates has been fighting for, trying to be tough on criminals?
I think that it's not an unexpected result, given the facts of the case, given that Mr. Reynolds did get out of his vehicle. There was some sort of altercation that occurred between all of these people who were out on the street that day in terms of the legal nature of the case. However, you know, 35 years is still 35 years. I strongly suspect the case will remain in adult court. It's already been decided to stay in adult court. It's going to stay in adult court, and ultimately he's going to be looking at approximately 35 years in prison.
All right. Well, Kurt, we appreciate you weighing in on this. We're going to have to watch and see how this pans out in court. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Extreme heat is the issue. In fact, dangerous levels today around the Baltimore region and a lot of the U.S.
You bet. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with a look at our forecast here, and look at that sun over your shoulder, Amy.
Yeah, you can almost see the power of it, right? So the rays are shining down, and that is heating things up in Baltimore early this morning. Temperatures are climbing and climbing fast. We're already at 79 degrees at the airport, 83 at the Inner Harbor, Westminster and Columbia, both at a very muggy 75. We have an area of high pressure sitting right offshore now. We call this a Bermuda high just because where it chooses to set up camp. The clockwise rotation around that high, pumping our air in from the south and from the west, setting us that extreme heat and bringing our temperatures up to near 100 degrees. We do have heat advisories and excessive heat warnings in place for our area. That's the bright pink and orange you see here on the map. We're not alone in dealing with this heat. We've got heat dominating from New England down the East Coast and even back towards the Midwest too. So it's hot, it's humid everywhere. Here at home, our heat index values soar to near 105, 108 degrees by lunchtime today. Later this afternoon, even hotter than yesterday, if you can believe it. 110 in some locations. So pretty incredible numbers here. Even tonight, not much of a cool down. Overnight, we briefly dip in the 80s, but feeling like 90 degrees again by Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon, even hotter, feeling like we're up to 100 again, and then close to 110 again by day's end on Saturday before Weathermaker comes in, and that's what's going to send us some much needed relief. So let's talk timing. Today we could see a couple of showers, a spot storm, not until later this afternoon, this evening. They're brief, not a big deal there. But as we head into your Saturday, that's when things get more active. We see our first batch of showers Saturday morning around 11 a.m. And then the main event comes Saturday evening. That's when we get this broken line of showers and storms and the potential for severe weather too. But that's going to break apart this heat wave, sending us some drier air and some more comfortable air for the second half of the weekend. By Sunday, we're just cloudy with a couple of spot showers showing up on our future screen. skin. So for the weekend, plan on snowballs, ice cream, anything to stay cool on Saturday. Highs soar into the upper 90s. Feel like temperatures close to 107. Plus, I'm tracking that chance for some late day showers and storms, some of which could be strong to severe. A leftover shower will linger early Sunday. After that, mostly cloudy, but much less humid. We're back in the upper 80s, so much better for outdoor plans. And we want to see what you're doing this weekend. Send us your pictures. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. That's the best way to get them to us. Maybe you're heading to the beach to beat the heat. Not quite as brutal there. Upper 80s today, near 90 tomorrow, with some late day showers and storms as that same cold front pushes through. That's also going to cool things down at the beaches. So we are settling back into the low 80s there by the end of the weekend on Sunday. Weather alert for the next 2 days because of the extreme heat plus humidity. That all washes away on Sunday, just a lingering shower. After that, we say goodbye to July, hello to August, with some much more manageable temperatures. We are back in the mid-80s early next week, and it looks like we'll stay there through week's end. We are tracking another chance for some spotty storms, again, starting on Thursday. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here as traffic is moving along just fine. No major issues to report at all on any of the major highways around Baltimore.
If you are planning to head down the ocean this weekend, be prepared to pay a little extra at the pump. Coming up, what's driving the gas price surge?
Baltimore County Restaurant Week starts today, and we are out and about. We are at the Milton Inn, established in the early 1700s. What? Yes, of course, food, drinks, all that's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Well, 7:22 is your time, and weekend dinner plans, they can be tough, but don't worry, we have you covered.
Mark Clark live in Baltimore County at the Milton Inn, showing up with their planning for Baltimore Restaurant Week. Oh man, Mark.
And I might have lost contact. Can you guys hear me? If you can. So Chef Christopher is here, and again, Chef, this is the beginning. It's Baltimore County Restaurant Week.
Day one, we're excited.
What do you have for us?
Okay, so here we have one of the main courses off the Restaurant Week menu. It's grilled venison leg. So I'm just going to top that with some grilled nectarine. Just a few nice pieces there.
Nice.
Some beet. And on the bottom there is a blackberry gastrique. So that's basically a syrup of fresh blackberries cooked down with red wine vinegar and sugar. Gives a nice little sweet tart finish to the dish.
Nice.
And then after that, I'm going to top with a couple of pea tendrils and then some beautiful flowers from our herb garden outside.
It's just so beautiful. It's hard. I can't see people eating it, man. It looks like
Well, they're going to have to. And then we're going to just finish it with some red wine reduction sauce. And voila.
Voila. Oui, oui. And there it is, the start of Baltimore County Restaurant Week. Chef, thank you so much. We're going to see you later on.
All right,
this morning, we're here this morning, all morning long, all these delicious treats. I can't hear you guys, but hopefully you got a chance to see this. Hopefully we're on TV right now.
The prettiness of all of that presentation, wow.
And I like the French effect because that's a French now themed restaurant here. Foreman Wolf is doing that. So that's they just redid that bar area too. Great place to go.
Perfect for Restaurant Week. We're going to put information on how you can cash in at foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, taking a live look at the Inner Harbor, we're in store for another dangerously hot day today. Meteorologist Amy Aronson breaking down when we may feel a cool down.
The city state attorney's office trying 3 major cases this week. We'll tell you about what it says about consequences in Baltimore just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Let's talk about the heat. We are weather alert today and into tomorrow. Heat index, well, they could reach as high as 109.
My goodness. You can see the heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar. That's on the left. Right now, we are taking you live to Ocean City in the middle there on the right. We've got Federal Hill and, of course, Towson as well. You can see that sunshine beating down. It's Friday, July 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to get right over to our meteorologist, Amy Aronson, looking at the dangerous heat levels.
Especially for pregnant women. Amy, you've got to be careful.
Drinking so much water. Yeah, you got to take certain precautions. I mean, it really applies to everybody at this point with that excessive heat warning. We don't see these too often, but we are seeing one right now for Baltimore, up and down 95. That's the hot pink you're seeing here on the map. This means you really want to limit your time outside, especially during the afternoon. So that goes into effect at 11, runs through 8 o'clock tonight. I know I've been holding off until my walks until sunset. So that's the perfect time if you are itching for some fresh air. But otherwise, stay safe out there. Heat index values are already close to the low 80s, and they're only going to rise. Maybe your dog is itching for a walk too. Either do it early or later, because in the middle of the afternoon, it's going to be brutally hot. For example, by 10 a.m., we're already at 85 degrees, plus it's going to feel much hotter than that, feeling like triple digits again today. The good news is relief is in sight. We've got 2 more hot days ahead of us, and then we're going to cool it down. I'll explain what's going to send us that relief in more detail in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now and look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And looking at the map, you can see the congestion starting to pick up. It looks like in the red there, but if you look at any of those cameras on the outer and inner loop in 695, you're moving along better than typically you do. And on the top in the Parkville area, still in the red. That's the normal traffic patterns that we have in this time of the morning. So no issues to report.
He's been convicted of manslaughter, which makes him eligible to be transferred to juvenile court, which is what we're going to be pursuing.
Continuing coverage this morning after days of deliberation, 16-year-old Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter.
He was accused of shooting and killing a Baltimore driver near the Inner Harbor last year. The teenager avoided first and second-degree murder convictions in the death of 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds.
Now, 2 families left the courtroom not fully satisfied with the court's ruling. Reynolds' family attorney says while they wanted a murder conviction, this is the first step in their healing process. The teen's family was hoping for a full acquittal, but the defense says their fight is not over.
The Squeegee trial verdict marks one of 3 high-profile convictions this week for City State's Attorney Ivan Bates's office.
Some experts say Bates is backing up his promises after pushing a tougher stance on crime during his campaign.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with the new developments in court. Taylor.
I mean, that's right, Megan, Tom, you said it. 3 major cases, really 3 of the most major cases we've seen since City State's Attorney Ivan Bates took office. All of them ending in convictions, really driving home the message of what he said: if you break the law, we'll prosecute you. Now, earlier this week, 21-year-old Chase Wilson was convicted of second-degree murder in the shooting death of a security guard at Morgan State University. That happened last August. Another case from this week, guilty verdict for Michael Robertson. This is the case of Akia Eagleston. She was pregnant. He murdered her and her unborn child. That is what the court found. And then manslaughter. Less excited about this charge, but the 16-year-old Squeegee kid convicted of killing Tim Reynolds, he also facing a manslaughter charge.
So when you see 3 different prosecutions for violent crimes resulting convictions in high-profile cases, it tells criminal defendants and those in Baltimore City that are looking to commit crime that we're back living in a world of consequences.
Another thing Bates has vowed to crack down on is illegal handguns. We want to note that the case of the Squeegee kid who was convicted of killing Timothy Reynolds, he also was convicted of possession of a firearm under the age of 21 and felony possession of a firearm. We'll continue to follow these cases as they come through the prosecutor's office. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. This week's wins for the City State's Attorney's Office, sharp contrast from what we saw in Baltimore from the office under Marilyn Mosby just last year. In fact, last spring, Mosby and her prosecutors lost 3 cases in 1 week. All 3 were high-profile murder cases, all 3 ending in acquittals.
Last summer, a Baltimore judge criticizing former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby in a conspiracy case over which he presided involving 26 correctional officers at Baltimore City jails. The judge wrote staffing problems in the office resulted in egregious failures. The judge ended up dropping the charges against all 26 officers. Now, at the time, Fox 45 News found the City State's Attorney's Office was down between 80 to 100 prosecutors. Some legal experts telling Fox 45 News the prosecutors prosecutors on staff were inexperienced, had low morale and high caseloads. Last month, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates said he is still working to fill all of those vacancies, but says he's making progress.
My goal has been to have 50 new state's attorneys since the election. We've already reached out to now that we have 40 new assistant state's attorneys, 12 of which who left the office and have returned since the election.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the problems within the city state's attorney's office. You can find more on that, as well as all 3 verdicts issued. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, if you're filling up before hitting the road this weekend, national average rising 3 cents overnight for a gallon of gas. It's $3.71 for the gallon of regular. Still well below what it was this time last year, but back to its highest in 8 months. In Maryland, it is $3.71, as you can see right down here on the bottom here in the blue there, and it was $3.46 just a month ago. Washington State, California, highest prices in our nation at the pumps, both averaging $4.93 this morning. But drivers in Seattle and LA specifically are back to paying more than $5 already. Experts saying that there are a few things going on right now causing prices to rise. First, Gas Buddy says gasoline supplies are at their lowest levels since 2015 and right in the heart of summer travel season. Second, the fears of a recession starting to fade. Demand is increasing, but OPEC has cut production. Third, some refineries are dealing with unscheduled maintenance, in part, analysts say, because of the extreme heat. Rising gas prices could derail the improvements that we've seen in inflation in the last few months. Speaking of which, we'll get the Fed's preferred inflation report this morning in about an hour at 8:30. It's expected to show numbers continuing to fall, and as a result, we expect to find out Americans how much we spent last month. We'll have those results for you shortly after they drop a little later on this morning from the Live Center. Cardiac concerns. The country's top basketball recruit collapses after practice. Coming up, what happened to Bronny James and what you can do to keep your young athletes safe.
And Jason Aldean's new song is driving controversy, even among his own fans. What those who went to a show at Merriweather Post Pavilion think about Try That in a Small Town.
It's going to be dangerously hot today. We've heard Amy talking about that, with highs getting near triple digits. Our meteorologist, Amy Aronson, letting us know when we can expect some relief, though. 7:35 is your time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
7:37 on this Friday. We are under weather alert for the high heat plus humidity again today. So I know it's starting to sound like a broken record, but we've got another hot and humid day ahead of us. Today and tomorrow, too, actually will be pretty similar. So we are looking at high temperatures in the upper 90s, feel like temperatures in the triple digits. We're feeling like we're close to 106, 107 as we head through the afternoon. We could see a spot shower or storm this evening. Rain chances look pretty minimal, though. Now, come tomorrow, that's going to change. We're tracking a new weather maker, and that's going to send us some much needed relief. I'll explain exactly when that arrives in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. And the Baltimore City Health Department issuing its first code red heat alert of the summer.
Much needed. The city is opening cooling centers to help those who either lose their AC or maybe just don't have a place to stay with reliable temperature control.
Health Department's Division of Aging will be opening multiple facilities today, including the Hartford Senior Center, the Sandtown Winchester Senior Center, and the Oliver Senior Center, all from 9 to 7.
The Mayor's Office of Homeless Services will operate a site at Beans and Bread. That's on South Bond Street. That's going to be open until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And My Sister's Place Women's Center, that's going to be open for women and children through Saturday. These are just some of the locations, guys, that are going to be open to all of you to go in, cool down. If you'd like more information on how to find some of those cooling centers, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Trending now, country music star Jason Aldean continues his tour. This time he stopped in Maryland, playing at the Meriwether Post Pavilion just last night, bringing some controversy with him. Thousands of fans gathering last night to hear his songs, including Try That in a Small Town. You just heard a clip of it, which has been met with some backlash over what some claim are undertones of racism and violence. The song, center of controversy because of its lyrics, some say are divisive and racist. Supporters of the song, however, say the lyrics are being misconstrued.
I've heard very vulgar things about everything, but there's nothing here in this that states anything that would be wrong with any of that.
I've watched the video, so I really do see a lot of racial undertones or tones to that material.
Well, the video for the song has since been edited, and since its release, to remove some Black Lives Matter protests that happened in Atlanta in 2020. The song remains #2 on the Billboard chart's top 100 and is #1 on country music charts.
Coming up, the Squeegee kid convicted of manslaughter in the murder of Timothy Reynolds now faces significant time behind bars or could receive just a few years. Why the sentence could vary so greatly depending on what happens next.
July is on track to be the hottest month ever recorded. Coming up, just how hot the world has been compared to every year in the past. 7:40 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
Well, 7:43, the CDC reports about 2,000 young, seemingly healthy people under the age of 25 die each year of sudden cardiac arrest. While it is very rare, there are many more scares surrounding our youth, like what happened to Bronny James or Damar Hamlin. But what can we do to make sure your child is not one of them? Joining us now, assistant professor at the University of Maryland School of Medicine and sports cardiologist at the University of Maryland Medical Center, Dr. Scott Jerome. Dr. Jerome, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for inviting me.
Every year before kids go back to school, they're supposed to get a screening, a health screening, get that physical, to get that turned in. Is there anything that we could do beforehand, before they actually go and get that health screening, that we can see to help kind of fight this?
Well, I don't think before the screening there's much to do. I think the screening is really important. You know, we catch a lot of things off that initial history physical examination of the student.
And when you do that, though, I mean, you really want to have conversations with your family history here. We're seeing a lot of this report coming out after James and Hamlin's report, that we're seeing it seems to be impacting Black race and even basketball more so than any other sport.
Well, we see that in the press, but it happens in other sports as well. I don't think it's necessarily confined to the Black race. I think it's a universal problem or issue.
Okay, and so what we're talking about here, though, is that they were saying, like in JAMA studies and stuff that happened in 2012. This is before, because a lot of people are saying, oh, maybe this is because of COVID and the pandemic. It has nothing to do with that. That was 2,000 deaths were happening years ago, at least a decade ago. Same thing, SCA, sudden cardiac arrest, happening with our youth. So when we put in 25 and lower, it goes all the way down to age 11 is what we're seeing in some of these numbers.
Exactly. There are things that we look for to screen these people, and I agree, it's got absolutely nothing to do with COVID. These incidents have been going on all along. We're more aware of it now, and it's more publicized.
Yeah, education here for not only parents and guardians, but also for physicians and providers. How has it changed? How has the screening process changed in the last 10 years?
Well, I think screening has gotten more in depth. We're more aware of it. We're doing deeper screening. The resources that we have are more available than they were years ago. Yeah.
And we keep pointing back to CPR, one area, but also, as we know, Hamlin, he flatlined twice. AEDs were used, according to his medical staff, once on the field and once in the locker room to bring him back. How important are they to have near? And should parents be questioning, are there AEDs that are readily available when their kids are playing sports?
It's critical to have the AED. The AED and CPR are key to saving lives. The earlier we get to these people, the better their outcomes. AEDs should be, in my opinion, everywhere. They should be on the field. They should even be, airports, theaters, wherever there's a lot of people. I actually have an AED in my car. So wherever I am, I've got availability. Now, when you have them on the field, make sure they're not locked up. Make sure everybody knows where they are, how to get to them, and how to use it. It's very simple to use. It walks you through step by step, so no one should be afraid to use one. Be aware, they're hanging on the wall.
Dr. Jerome, then should we do, adding with CPR training, should we also have AED training? I mean, because it is very easy to use, but there are some things that you still have to be cognizant of when you actually are lighting somebody up, as some people say.
Lighting them up. Absolutely. The training goes hand in hand. It really does. But someone who's not trained, they can do this even if they're not trained. So if you're the only one, you're not trained, you see the AED, pull it out, open the box, press the big button, and it'll start. Tell you what to do.
Dr. Scott Jerome, thank you so much for a couple minutes of your time. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Some important information there. Well, July isn't even over yet, but get this. Scientists are predicting this will be the hottest month human civilization has ever seen. Never happened before. The World Meteorological Organization and the European Union's Climate Change Service says we just lived through the hottest 3-week period on record. Now, typically, these records are broken by hundredths of a degree, but the first 23 days of July, well, they averaged nearly 63 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a whole degree higher than the record set in July of 2019.
And we're feeling the heat today, too, and it's dangerous levels.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson breaking this down on what exactly we're feeling.
Yeah, we've had the hottest temperatures of our summer so far the past couple of days, and that's going to continue for the next 2 days. We've got sunshine shining down now pretty much everywhere. That blazing sun is warming us up. We're at 79 degrees currently, ending up in the upper 90s again today. Another hot and humid day, and the heat and the humidity is here to stay through at least Saturday. At that point, we're tracking a new weather maker. That's going to send us some storms Saturday evening, and then behind that, turning much less humid and much more comfortable by Sunday. But today we are in the thick of it. We've got an excessive heat warning out for Baltimore and the I-95 corridor. That's everybody highlighted in this hot pink, everybody else a heat advisory. Either way, it's hot, it's humid, it feels like we're in the triple digits. We're not alone in dealing with the heat. Looks like much of the East Coast is under some sort of advisory or a warning, and same for the Midwest. So we've all got heat on our hands, and we're also tracking that chance for some storms. Today, they're very, very isolated, primarily this evening around 4 or 5 o'clock. Not much in terms of rain for us today. Tomorrow starts off dry. We get a little itty bitty batch of showers here around 11 a.m. tomorrow. Main event comes tomorrow evening. That's when we get this line of showers and storms. This is when we throw in the risk for severe weather. So that will pass through before the cold front. The cold front drops in, drier air will follow. Feeling much better Sunday. Sunday turns drier, mostly cloudy, less humid. The better of the 2 weekend days for anything outside. Now for today, we've got a marginal risk for severe weather. Low on the threat level scale, technically the bottom of it, but it means any storm that manages to develop will produce some gusty winds. Tomorrow, we're upgraded to a slight risk. That's a 2 out of 5, so a little bit of a higher risk for us. Damaging wind gusts, large hail, and even a brief tornado possible. And the time frame for that tomorrow would be during the late afternoon, early evening hours. We are entering record territory again for the next 2 days. We reached 97 yesterday, 98 is where we're headed today, 97 tomorrow. Current records stand in the triple digits. I did throw in that storm chance for both today and tomorrow. Saturday's a little higher. By Sunday, just a lingering shower early. After that, much less humid, mostly cloudy to begin. Some clearing later on, and not as hot, not as humid, with highs back in the upper 80s. It's hard to imagine with all this heat that back to school is right around the corner, but in only 32 days, we'll be using that bus stop forecast if you're in Baltimore City County, Harford County, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County. 40 days left of summer to enjoy in Carroll County, Cecil County, and Kent County, too. We've got weather alerts for the next 2 days because of the brutally hot temperatures. By Sunday, we take that away. We're in much better shape. We're back in the upper 80s. And then we'll actually stay there. So next week is not as hot. We're going to close out July with temperatures in the mid-80s, and that's exactly where we'll start off August. The start of August looks pretty manageable. Mid-80s will take us at least through next Thursday. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Counterfeit Converses are seized in the port of Baltimore. Coming up, the incredible amount of fake kicks police help keep off the streets.
And the Baltimore Police Department has some new four-legged recruits. We're going to introduce you to the new canines after the break.
Oh, but before we get to the canines, you may want to grab your favorite K-Cup.
Because it's time for a coffee break. Trending this morning, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of counterfeit Converse sneakers are confiscated in Baltimore. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers finding 13,660 pairs of the sneakers last week in a shipment bound for Los Angeles. It came from China last month. CBP says the sneakers would have valued at $314,000 if they were authentic. No criminal charges have been filed.
Baltimore Police Department welcomes new members to their team. Take a look at this. Members of the department visiting children at the Ronald McDonald House of Maryland to get some help naming their newest police puppies. With the help of the kids, BPD officially welcomes Riley, and then, as you see, there's Nova to their canine unit.
Very cute. Turning to soccer here now. The FIFA Women's World Cup is underway this morning. We've got England that just beat Denmark. Final score there, 1-0. A shutout there. Right now, China is taking on Haiti.
Fox 45 News is your home for the FIFA Women's World Cup, which will create some changes for our lineup starting Monday.
That's right. You can watch our morning news starting at 4:30 a.m. on the CW Baltimore. Going to have to switch over there while all the World Cup action plays out right here on Fox 45. Now, once the World Cup broadcast ends, around 8 a.m. or so, our morning news will return to Fox 45.
Then Tuesday, it will be slightly different. Morning news will return to Fox 45 around 9. That's because USA is playing. That 3 o'clock is the first kick from the match there. And then Wednesday, we'll be starting CW Baltimore at 4:30, returning to Fox 45 at 8.
We are weather alert today as highs climb towards triple digits. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is letting us know when and if any relief is on the way.
And just ahead, we're looking at the sentencing hearing that the 15-year-old Squeegee kid is now facing. Will he be tried, sentenced as an adult or a juvenile? That's coming up.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
We are under weather alert again today because of the extreme heat plus the humidity, but relief is right around the corner. I'll let you know when that arrives in a couple of minutes.
If Maryland is not able to provide those services, let's make sure he gets a treatment plan where we can place him in an out-of-state facility and he gets the services he needs.
A Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter. What his defense attorney is planning to do next.
Plus, prosecutors say he tried to delete security footage to try and hide evidence. Just ahead from the Live Center, the latest accusation in the criminal investigation into Donald Trump.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, you just saw that. This morning, we are weather alert due to the extreme heat and dangerous temperatures. Central Maryland under the heat advisories with potential severe weather threat, including poor air quality.
Now, you can see the heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar. That is right smack dab in the middle of your screen there. We're also taking you live this morning to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, Towson, where that sun is up and it's beating down.
Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, July 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's get right to meteorologist Amy Aronson and see where the temperature stands now.
Yeah, heating up very, very quickly this morning. We've got the sun high up in the sky. That's not going anywhere, and temperatures are going to respond accordingly. So temperatures are heating up. We're already at 82 degrees in Baltimore, upper 70s pretty much everywhere else. It's humid, it's sticky. Feels warmer than the numbers you're seeing right here on the map, and that has to do with the dew points. They indicate how much moisture is in the air. Low 70s is where we're at again today. That means humidity is very noticeable. And here's a preview of how hot it's going to feel hour by hour as we head through the afternoon. Pretty stifling. 106 by 2 o'clock, 107, I think 110 in some spots by 4 o'clock this afternoon. So that would be the time period to really limit your outdoor activities. We should see a gradual improvement this evening, but more of the heat and the humidity tomorrow before that new weather maker moves in. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at the timeline of that weather maker, and I'll let you know exactly what that means for our rain chances and our temperatures all weekend long. Tom, Megan.
The person who was responsible for his murder has been convicted of killing him.
The jury found that, yes, he was somewhat justified.
A Squeegee kid found guilty in the killing of Timothy Reynolds. After days of deliberation, the jury found 16-year-old Tavon Scott committed voluntary manslaughter, and that decision comes after 3 days of deliberation, eventually convicting Scott not on the multiple murder charges he was facing, but on a lesser charge. After that verdict, lawyers for both sides say they're frustrated with the result.
Now we'll see if the sentencing will be done in adult court or be moved to juvenile court. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with a look at what's next in this case. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. That then 15-year-old Squeegee kid is convicted of manslaughter, which has really opened the conversation as to whether this should be sentenced in juvenile court or adult court. So get this, adult court, he could face up to 35 years behind bars. In the juvenile system, 6 years. So defense attorneys have long been arguing that is the appropriate place for 16-year-old Javon Scott in this case. But we do want to mention here, folks have already been chiming in, lawmakers as well as activists pointing out that there is a discrepancy in these years. We have got State Senator Jill Carter, who says adult sentence could be, cut by a third with parole and good time versus a 6-year juvenile court sentence, which will have appropriate programs and rehabilitation. However, activist Kenji Scott, who once led a statewide juvenile justice coalition, agrees the 15-year-old should be put in the juvenile justice system, but says the system really lacks the services needed.
They have ignored the fact that these services don't exist. It's still not appropriate, in my opinion, that a juvenile be placed in Maryland Department of Corrections.
A scathing report last year revealed that the Department of Juvenile Services just really was not adequately providing mental health services. That is something that the new director has said he's working on expanding. We do want to note right now, there's no date yet set for the sentencing, but we know it should come within the next month, according to attorneys on this case.
Taylor, are prosecutors satisfied with the outcome?
Not necessarily, Meg. They were looking for a murder conviction. As you said, there were multiple charges on the books here. This manslaughter charge definitely changes the conversation. Attorneys are now saying they want this whole case tried in the juvenile justice system because of the charge that the 16-year-old has now been given. So we'll have to see how this plays out. We'll just have to watch and see how it progresses in the court system. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Earlier this morning, Kurt Nachman with the lawyers joined us to break down the difference between a murder conviction and the conviction of voluntary manslaughter.
That means that the defendant honestly but unreasonably believed that he was defending himself or others. In other words, it's an imperfect self-defense case, as opposed to first-degree murder, which is premeditated, or perfect self-defense, which would have been a complete defense to any of the charges that were involved here.
Well, it's important to know there are laws in place that can be used to keep squeegee kids out of all intersections. One of them states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting. That's defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you agree with the verdict in the Squeegee Kid trial? Taking a look at the results so far, just popped them up. We're looking at 65% of those who have responded say no, they don't agree with that verdict. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in. Former President Donald Trump getting hit with new criminal charges after the break. The former president firing back this morning.
And 3 high-profile criminals convicted this week. In our next half hour, the progress City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is making compared to what we saw from Marilyn Mosby just last year.
Scale from 1 to 5, 5 being dry and comfy and where we want to be. We're at a 1 today. Very soupy, very humid again. I'll let you know how many more humid days we have ahead of us in a couple of minutes.
Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region right here. No major issues to report around Baltimore on any of the roadways here. Just one little incident, and that is the inner loop right at 95 getting on there. Just one lane blocked from one vehicle. Right now it's 8:06 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:08 on this weather alert day. Weather alert again, and actually tomorrow too, for the heat and the humidity. It continues. We are looking at another very stifling day. Highs headed for the upper 90s. Heat index values triple digits. And as you can see from our camp planner here, no real rain chances this afternoon. I think we could see a stray storm this evening, but that's it. Now tomorrow rain chances go up, and that's what's ultimately going to bring us relief and an end to this brutal heat wave. I'll let you know when all of that happens in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you from our live center here this morning. Former President Donald Trump slamming the Justice Department after Special Prosecutor Jack Smith adds new charges in the classified document investigation. Trump calling the new indictment another case of election interference, saying it would not have been filed if he wasn't going to be the Republican nominee. The Justice Department's expansion of charges against former President Trump include a felony count under the Espionage Act for possessing a highly classified war plan. The charges also say he attempted to delete Mar-a-Lago security footage after it was subpoenaed, accusing the former president of requesting a resort employee delete the footage. That employee, Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos de Oliveira, now the third defendant in the case, and is scheduled for an arraignment Monday morning. Still not clear how the new charges are going to impact the pace of the case against Trump and his former aide, Walt Nauta. Right now, we know the trial is scheduled to start in late May, but even before the new charges were filed, it was possible for that trial date to be pushed back, which could have implications for the GOP frontrunner in the 2024 election. This all comes at a time of escalating anticipation of possible additional indictments over former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. We actually saw barriers that were put up outside of the Fulton County Courthouse in Georgia just yesterday. This happened, and you're going to see them right there outside the courthouse. Speculation that they may announce an indictment soon. If we get any new information, we're going to bring it to you right here from our live center. Still ahead, a deadly bar fight caught on camera, but the suspect escapes. The efforts to track him down in Maryland's most wanted. And the World Cup is underway in our next half hour, when we could see Team USA again and how it's impacting our coverage. Time now 8:11. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
An argument inside a neighborhood lounge ends in murder. Here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this man, James Brown, attacked a man with a knife, stabbing him to death inside of a bar in Frederick County. That was 4 months ago, and now the U.S. Marshal Service needs your help tracking him down. March 18th, 2023, downtown Frederick. It's about an hour before closing time here inside the Exhale Lounge. Investigators say two men get into an argument. Over what? Unclear. But the exchange of words escalating when investigators say one of the men pulls out a gun and puts it to the other man's head.
From that point, they get into a physical altercation. Punches are thrown.
Investigators say the two men begin fighting over the gun when suddenly another man appears and begins to stab the original victim.
This was an extremely violent stabbing. The stab wounds go through and through of our victim. Some of the stab wounds to the face, some of them to the upper body, chest area. And he was trying to defend himself. He had some major wounds to his hands, broken nails, cuts on his hands as well.
The attack interrupted, investigators say, by the owner of the bar. The suspects flee and help arrives, but it's too late. The victim is pronounced dead.
They were able to review surveillance video.
Surveillance video helps investigators piece together what happened and who was involved. Police identifying the man armed with the gun as Darrell Prune and the man who fatally stabbed the victim as 33-year-old James Brown.
Prue actually ended up turning himself into police.
But Brown remains on the run.
He is thought to still be in the area. We do not believe that he has the means to leave the area.
Brown has a criminal history that spans more than a decade and centers on drugs. According to court records, he's been arrested on felony drug distribution charges 4 times. Records show arrests in 2017, 2013, and 2012 all ended in convictions and time served in prison, but not in 2022. Brown was out on the streets, now charged with murder and on the run.
We are putting out that he is armed and dangerous, and to be considered armed and dangerous.
Authorities warn Brown has proven to be violent and impulsive and must be taken into custody.
We don't know if this is the first time or the last time this will happen.
Take a good look. Brown stands at about 5'8" and weighs approximately 210 pounds. Investigators do believe he's likely still in the greater Frederick area. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you have to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
All right, Alexa, thank you. We are weather alert here on this Friday morning. We want to get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's been taking a look at the weekend forecast and how hot it's going to feel today. Dangerous temperatures.
Very dangerous temperatures. This morning, even, we've got the sun shining downtown on Baltimore right now, bringing our numbers up. We're already at a very warm 82 degrees. That dew point's in the low 70s. That humidity is present. It's noticeable. We have high pressure sitting right offshore. That's directing all the air in from the south and from the west and sending us this extreme heat plus humidity. So temperatures are going to near 100 degrees again today and tomorrow. Heat index values even higher than that. So we've got a lot of advisories and warnings in place. The orange would be a heat advisory. The bright pink would be an excessive heat warning. So both mean you want to use caution and limit time outside, especially as the heat builds this afternoon and this evening too. And here's a look at how hot it's going to feel. 105 to 108, and that's just at lunchtime today. So lunch in a nice, cool, air-conditioned spot is highly recommended. Later this afternoon, feeling like a very uncomfortable 110, 109 in a lot of spots. As we head through the evening, no real relief, even for your Friday night plans. Saturday morning still feels like we're in the 80s, close to 90. But relief is on the way come tomorrow. Today, very limited rain chances. A couple of spot showers show up this evening around 4 o'clock. But after that, we're dry for the rest of your Friday night. Saturday starts off dry, too. We see some showers develop here late tomorrow morning around 11 a.m. The main line comes through tomorrow evening, closer to 5 p.m. That's when we get this feisty line of showers and storms, and that's when we throw in the risk for severe weather. After that clears us, things look much better again for the rest of your Saturday night and Sunday morning. Feels much better. Mostly cloudy, couple of leftover showers to start, but we finally cut down on that heat, that humidity. So we've just got to get through a couple more days. How good does that snowball look? That's perfect for a day like tomorrow with high temperatures in the upper 90s. Feel like temperatures in the triple digits. We are tracking some storms by the evening, so be prepared to move any outdoor plants inside because of that. But then by Sunday, here's our reward. We are drying out, looking at a much less humid day on Sunday. We're back in the upper 80s. And we want to see your weekend weather pictures. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, and then we can share them right here on Fox 45. Especially if that takes you to the beach. We want to see your beach pics. We are looking at hot conditions there too, both today and tomorrow. But then that same front comes through. That's going to send some storms to the beaches and also cool it down there. So we're back in the low 80s there starting on Sunday. Meanwhile, in the tropics, activity is actually heating up. A couple of spots I want to point out. The first is coming off the coast of Africa. Medium chance for development there within the next 7 days. So that's worth watching. That's the area in orange. We've got another area of concern in the Caribbean, a big blob of showers and storms associated with that. And then another little disturbance right off the southeast coast. No development expected there, but it will send some showers and our storms to our neighbors in the south over the weekend. Here at home, we're just tracking that brutal heat and humidity for a couple more days. That's why we're weather alert. Be prepared for some strong storms tomorrow evening. Sunday looks much better. Mostly cloudy, lingering shower. We're back in the upper 80s, and then we'll stay in the 80s. So it looks like August kicks off with not as hot temperatures. Mid 80s are back, and they'll stick around at least through Thursday of next week. Megan?
Those 80s are going to feel amazing. Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we've got a live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street. You can see kind of the hot haze already out there. Traffic picking up, but no issues to report through that area. Oh, we got a bug around the camera there right now trying to say hello. Well, with these scorching temperatures, what better way to cool off than plunging into a refreshing pool this weekend? Today is National Water Park Day. That is amazing. Almost every state has at least one water park with attractions including lazy rivers, wave pools, and slides that push you up hills like roller coasters. Variations on the traditional water park include indoor parks and floating slides aboard cruise ships. Always a good time. Well, the Baltimore City Health Department issuing its first code red heat alert of the summer. Still ahead, the cooling centers open to those who may not have a place to keep cool.
With the historic Milton Inn this morning, the start of Baltimore County Restaurant Week. We'll tell you all about the delicious food and drinks and all that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Baltimore County Restaurant Week starts today, and we are kicking it off at a historical French-style venue. We have Mark Clark live in Baltimore County at the Milton Inn, showing off where you can dine in style. And Mark, you are dining in style. What's in front of you?
Oh, oui. Thank you. And so once again, Chef Chris has laid it out for us. So Chef, this is just a sample of what people get when they get on the Restaurant Week tour.
Yes, sir. So Restaurant Week starts today.
It starts.
Runs through next Sunday, August the 6th. So here are a couple of dishes off the menu. So we have a cucumber salad. Nice, light, perfect for summer.
Smell it. Fresh.
But the real star of the show for me is the crispy squash blossoms you have in front of you. So
no, you said, I'm sorry, you said they're squash blossoms?
Yep, so it's the actual flour from the top of the squash. Oh. And they're fried in a nice light tempura batter and served with saffron aioli. Really delicious, perfect time of year.
Delicious.
And good with the bubbles you have in front of you too.
Now what do we have here? What's the bubbles we have here?
So this is a sparkling rosé.
Oh, yeah.
I would, any bubbles, champagne especially, great with either of these two dishes, but I mean, it's definitely rosé season, so.
And so when people come, you know, what are you offering? Is it a select options on the menu? Do you have a whole?
So it's a 3-course menu.
Oh.
There are different options for each course for $55, so it's a pretty good deal.
That's a great deal. Again, historic, beautiful place since 1740. It's been here recently. You guys have now. I mean, you know, you're the big dogs in the restaurant business.
If you say so.
You know what I'm talking about.
We're certainly trying to be.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Chris. We'll see you later. Coming up next, drinks, guys. You got to have the drinks.
He is a big dog. That is a big menu. Mark, thank you so much. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links, as Restaurant Week kicks off in the county. Well, back to school, meantime, just a month away for some students, and safety is top of mind for parents. Still to come, we're going to share some tips on how to keep your child safe as you roll into the new school year. And we are weather alert here this morning. We're talking dangerous heat all across the state. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking how long the high heat and the humidity last. Time now 8:26. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
3 major cases ending in high-profile convictions. We'll tell you about the cases coming through the city state's attorney's office that's sending the message about consequences in Baltimore.
Prices at the pump are on the rise. Just ahead from our live center, why your wallet may take a hit if you plan on hitting the road this weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are weather alert today and into tomorrow. The heat index could reach as high as 109.
Oh my God, just hearing that, 109. You can see the heat alerts on your Weather Authority radar there. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. My goodness, on the right, we're taking you live to Ocean City. That's in the middle there. We've got an Inner Harbor shot up, also a Towson shot up, and really you're just seeing sun and a lot of it. It's Friday, July 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and while it is hot, it is dangerously hot. In fact, we want to get right over to our meteorologist.
Meteorologist Amy Aaron's in here with the temperatures.
Yeah, the extreme heat, the hottest temperatures we've seen so far this summer, and it continues at least for another day or two. We've got a heat advisory for much of the area, an excessive heat warning for the area in pink, so that includes Baltimore, I-95 corridor there. Either way, it's going to be hot and humid today. So these advisories and warnings have to do with the heat index value. Already it feels like 88 degrees in Baltimore, 77 in Cockeysville, 85 in Bel Air. Maybe limit your walk with your dog from here on out. It's only going to get hotter. Actual temperatures climb into the upper 80s by 11 a.m. At that point, we're going to start to feel like we're in the 90s to near 100 degrees. Coming up in 10 minutes, I will let you know what's going to bring an end to this very hot stretch and what it means for all your weekend plans. Megan, Tom.
Thank you, Amy. Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. A live look over Ruxton Road here in Charles Street, 695 the inner and outer loop. The main concern, though, really is 95 northbound. You know exactly where it is, just north of Mountain Road. Northbound 95 you're seeing is slow down because 3 vehicles are involved there. The camera showing really just kind of crawling along. So 95 northbound right above Mountain Road. If you're heading toward Aberdeen from White Marsh, expect, yes, another day with delays.
He's been convicted of manslaughter, which makes him eligible to be transferred to juvenile court, which is what we're going to be pursuing.
Continuing coverage this morning after days of deliberation, 16-year-old Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter, accused of shooting and killing a Baltimore driver near the Inner Harbor just last year. The teen avoided first and second-degree murder convictions in the death of 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds.
Well, the 2 families left the courtroom not fully satisfied with the court's ruling. Reynolds' family attorney says while they wanted a murder conviction, it's at least the first step in their healing process. The teenager's family, meantime, hoping for a full acquittal. But the defense says their fight isn't over.
The Squeegee trial verdict marking one of 3 high-profile convictions this week for City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' office. Some experts say Bates is backing up his promises after pushing a tougher stance on crime during his campaign. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with the new developments in court. Taylor?
Well, that's right, guys. 3 major cases this week, all ending in convictions. It's really driving home the message that City State Attorney Ivan Bates has said from the beginning, that if you break the law in Baltimore, we'll prosecute you. Here's a look back at the cases we saw just this week. 21-year-old Chase Wilson was found guilty of second-degree murder in the death of the Morgan State University security guard who was killed last August. There was a guilty verdict coming down for Michael Robertson in the murder of Akia Eagleston, his pregnant girlfriend, and their unborn child. And then manslaughter conviction for the 16-year-old Squeegee kid who was convicted of shooting and killing motorist Tim Reynolds.
So when you see 3 different prosecutions for violent crimes resulting convictions in high-profile cases, it tells criminal defendants and those in Baltimore City that are looking to commit crime that we're back living in a world of consequences.
Still, regarding cases involving illegal handguns, from the beginning, Bates has vowed to crack down on criminals and impose stiffer penalties. We do want to mention here that Tavon Scott, the 16-year-old Squeegee kid convicted of killing Timothy Reynolds, he also faces felony firearm possession as well as possession of a firearm under the age of 21. So we're seeing some of these promises come to fruition. We'll have to see how this continues to play out in court. Taylor Stewart, Good Day Baltimore.
This week wins for the city state's attorney's office, a sharp contrast from what we saw under the office under Marilyn Mosby just last year. In fact, last spring, Mosby and her prosecutors lost 3 cases in 1 week, all 3 high-profile murder cases, all 3 ending in acquittals.
Last summer, a Baltimore judge criticized former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby in a conspiracy case over which he presided, involving 26 correctional officers at Baltimore city jails. The judge wrote staffing problems in the office resulted in egregious failures. The judge ended up dropping the charges against all 26 officers. Now, at the time, Fox 45 News found the city state's attorney's office was down between 80 to even 100 prosecutors. Some legal experts telling Fox 45 News the prosecutors on staff were inexperienced, had low morale, and high caseloads. Last month, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates said he is still working to fill all of those vacancies, but says he's making progress.
My goal has been to have 50 new state's attorneys since the election. We've already reached out to now that we have 40 new assistant state's attorneys, 12 of which who left the office and have returned since the election.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on all the problems within the city state's attorney's office. You can find more on that as well as all 3 verdicts issued. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, trending this morning, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth in counterfeit Converse sneakers in Baltimore were discovered. Officers found 13,660 pairs of the sneakers just last week in a shipment bound for Los Angeles. Came from China last month, and CPB says that the sneaks, or the chucks, would have valued $314,000 if they were authentic. No criminal charges have been filed yet. Back to the Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter, what his defense attorney is now planning to do.
And we are weather alert this morning as highs soar into the middle and upper 90s today.
Just ahead, when we can expect a cool down. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:39 on this Weather Alert Friday. We are looking at a very hot and humid day ahead of us again. Much like yesterday, actual temperatures end up in the upper 90s. Feel like temperatures well into the triple digits. At times feeling like 106, 107 this afternoon under blazing sun. We do have a brief chance for a shower or storm later this evening. I don't think it's a big one. Tomorrow's when our next real weather maker moves in, and that's going to bring us some relief from all this heat and humidity. I'll explain what that means for all your weekend plans in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. And from the heat to your wallet, you're going to feel it. If you're filling up before hitting the roads this weekend, national average rising 3 cents overnight to $3.73 for a gallon. That's in the red that you see right there. Still well below this time last year, but back to its highest in about 8 months. In Maryland, you see down here in the blue, it's $3.71, just under $3.72. Just a month ago, it was $3.46. Washington State, California, highest prices in our nation, both averaging $4.93 this morning. Drivers in Seattle and LA specifically are back to paying more, some even well above $5, even $6, as we heard from some people around here. Experts say there are a few things going on right now causing the price to rise. First, Gas Buddy says that gasoline supplies are at their lowest level since 2015 and right in the heart of summer travel. Second, with fears of recession starting to fade, demand is increasing, but OPEC has cut production. Third, some refineries are dealing with unscheduled maintenance, in part, analysts say, because of the extreme heat. Rising gas prices could derail the improvements that we've seen on inflation in the last few months. Speaking of which, we have the Fed's preferred inflation report that just came out moments ago, and there is a 0.8% drop from 3.8 down to 3% that we just found out about. A little bit better, but remember the inflation, they still want to try and get it down, Jerome Powell, to 2%, so still a long way to go. It shows the expected numbers continue to fall. As a result, we expect to find out Americans, they spent a little bit more last month in June than in May, and those results just dropping minutes ago.
Well, the Ravens offense is stealing the show at training camp so far, but what about the defense? Just ahead, one Raven speaks out on how much talent this defense really has. And it's Friday, so why not have a laugh? Right after the break, a comedian genius joining us to share more about his upcoming event. Time now 8:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Oh, and this summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Cares Summer Diaper Drive. And just scan the QR code you see right there on your screen to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. You could donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. If you're a family who is struggling with basic needs for your baby, you may be able to get some help by going to sinclaircares.com.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Crazy World Incorporated.
It's a crazy world. I'll tell you what, let loose, laugh, just enjoy the weekend with a show at the Baltimore Comedy Factory, which, by the way, has air conditioning. Hailed as the new Mr. Vegas, the one, the only. George Wallace joining us live to share more about his act. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Megan. Can you believe Mr. Vegas is in, the new Mr. Vegas is in Baltimore?
How did you get this title?
Well, the city, the newspapers, they said, you know, when Wayne Newton was Mr. Vegas, and when I went in and I changed the whole city and I owned the show and I used to give away gifts, I gave away cars, I gave away everything.
You give away cars?
I did. I had one car and I never gave. What are you looking like?
I was hoping you were going to give me something. You're giving people cars.
If I give you a car, you can't afford the gas.
That's very true.
You know, the gas is so high. I heard you guys talking about the gas. And it's so high in L.A., the Bloods and the Crips, they be rolling together. It's really high out there. But it's good to be in...
Got to carpool when you can.
It's good to be in Baltimore. I haven't been here in 15, 20 years.
Why?
Because I was in Las Vegas. I went to Las Vegas for 30 days.
Mr. Vegas.
And the next thing you know, I'm there 15 years. And I own this show, and I just love it. But I'm going to be here in Baltimore just to share some laughs.
And you said you've been doing this for 47 years.
Longer than you've been alive. And it just, I have the greatest, I'm so blessed. I don't even know how to explain it to you, but I'm chewing gum. I shouldn't be chewing gum. But I thank God every day for what I do, man, because all I do is lie. I just love to lie.
You lie?
Well, life is a lie. Every time you wake up, there was a commercial on TV yesterday that says one-a-day vitamins. You remember one-a-day vitamins?
Yes, I take the gummy version.
Well, read the directions. What does it say? Take 2. It's all a lie. everything.
But you only have to do it once a day.
But you only have to do it once a day. How
Still
about
a lie.
that?
You're right.
Yeah. So life is a lie. Even going to church, especially the black church. The preacher will walk up in the pulpit with the Bible in his hand and says, I won't be long. Just flat out lie. I could go on for days talking about it. And we're going to be talking about these things at the Comedy Factory. That's where we make jokes. We actually make jokes.
Factoring.
Not like the Cheesecake Factory. That's not a factory. That's a restaurant.
We're putting the times up so you can get out there and see George Wallace. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Well, thank you. See, I drove 50 miles to get here, and she's throwing me off already.
I know. I'd like to keep you. Can I put you to work?
You want me to go over there and do the weather with her?
Yeah. You want to do that? Amy, stand by. On this weather alert day, George, you've got your hands full because it's a big day here.
You can take over completely.
Amy, why you keep saying it's 95, but it feels like it's 102?
You're going to have to adjust that. He's so tall. Look how short. This shows my true height.
Look at you. I'm 6'12".
I feel like it.
With you, Amy.
Same. Welcome.
And you guys say, they say it's hot outside, but it's freezing in the studio here. We get a jacket on.
It is freezing here.
So
I know.
Thank you so much. Good to be with you here.
Same.
What are we going to do today?
So all these bright colors mean it's hot out there. You want to try pointing? Oh my gosh, you're a pro.
It's
yeah.
so hot right here. And what county am I in right here?
You are way down. We are in the middle. We're in Baltimore. Try to find Baltimore. Yeah, there you go. So,
that's New York City.
Yeah.
It's out up there. So we're here in Baltimore. It's pretty warm here today. Go outside and just stick your head out the window. You'll see how hot it is. Okay?
Yeah. Was it hot on your way in?
Yeah. If your head is wet, it's raining outside. Okay. See, that's what I do.
Tips on staying cool.
Yes.
Any tips for the folks out there today?
Well, just stay cool and come down to the Comedy Factory. We have air conditioning there, and we have laughs there. You need to put some laughter in your life, because if you can't laugh in Baltimore, you can't laugh anywhere.
That is key. And air conditioning, right? That's also key over the next 2 days. We've also got storms coming here. Let's see if you want to point. You want to try to point to that? Yeah, there you go.
What is that right there? That's I can't say because Michael, this is Baltimore. I got Baltimore. What kind of storm we got coming through? Is the storm coming from the front? Because you guys never explained that.
It is a front coming tomorrow, and that's what's going to send an end to this heat wave. So
but you never tell us which way the front is coming. Is it
coming from the west? Yeah. Or dropping in from the north. There you go. There's your front. There's that cold front coming through. And then Sunday's going to feel really nice. I don't know if you're staying in town that long.
We'll be in town Sunday. We're going to do a special show Sunday at 7 o'clock, so the people that can't drive at night, old people, AARP people, at the Comedy Factory, 7 o'clock.
Well, Sunday's going to feel great. So Sunday's going to be nice.
Weather. Look
at this. It's just a little hot. We've got marginal risk today. This is the storm risk tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be the highest threat for severe weather.
Okay. Tomorrow?
Yes,
While
tomorrow.
I'm doing jokes?
Evening, but a perfect excuse to be inside, right?
There you go.
Another reason to come on out tomorrow and join them tomorrow. I put a pool behind us because this is like pool weather.
Okay.
If you want to step over to where I am, here, you can kind of take the full screen.
And you got clouds at the same time?
Yeah, now flip around the other way and try pointing. Stay on the camera there.
Okay.
And then we're going to wrap things up. I don't know if you saw that little wrap. Oh, back to school is also around the corner. We don't want to.
Kids need to go back to school. We're tired of these kids. Send them back to school.
We don't want people to forget that. 32 days, right, for Baltimore City. And then here's the full 7-day. You want to take it away? Just wrap things up? Yeah.
We got on the 30th. What is it? That's 30% of what is that right there? It's not going to be 90. Listen, y'all, it's going to be 98 somewhere. It's going to be 97 somewhere. It's going to be, on Sunday, it's going to be 87, and the low's going to be like 72. And Monday, it's going to be cool off a little bit, around 85, and the low's going to be 65. So you're going to enjoy your weekend. Tuesday, it's just beautiful in Baltimore. We might have a few showers around, but don't worry about that. You have an umbrella, right?
Perfect. You nailed it, right? What do you think?
66. I'm catching on. You know I'm auditioning for your job, right?
You're doing great. I mean, I'm going out on maternity leave soon, so, you know,
so am I.
You're welcome to join.
Wallace.
Thank you
so Megan. There you go. Best forecast yet this morning, right? And we do have to show everyone the view through your window. Can't forget this. Nature picture for everybody today of some deer. So let me pull this up for everybody. Here you go. I want to thank Cavins for this picture. Look at the 2 deer he found in his yard, and we want to see the view through your window. So send us your pictures. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. Back to you guys.
All right, George Wallace all weekend long at the Baltimore Comedy Factory. The Baltimore City Health Department issuing its first code red heat alert of the summer.
And the city's opening some cooling centers to try and help you. If you lose your AC, maybe you don't have a place to stay with reliable temperature control, now you do.
Yeah, the Health Department's Division of Aging will be opening multiple facilities today, including the Harford Senior Center, Sandtown Winchester Senior Center, and the Oliver Senior Center, all from 9 to 7.
The Mayor's Office of Homeless Services will operate a site at Beans and Bread. That's on South Bond Street. It's going to be open until 1 o'clock this afternoon. And then My Sister's Place Women's Center, that will be open for women and children through Saturday. These are just some of the locations that are going to be open to the public to go in and cool down. If you'd like to find more information on those cooling centers, you can find them on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, the offense for the Ravens getting all the love and stealing all the headlines. The defense has tons of talent as well. It's been known as a defensive team for decades. That includes safety Marcus Williams, among others, big names. With that being said, just how good can this defense truly be?
We could be real good. It's up to us, though. We have to put in the time. We have to put in the work, and it starts right here. It starts right now in training camp.
Well, now turning to soccer here, the FIFA Women's World Cup. It's underway this morning. England has beaten Denmark 1-0. Currently underway, we've got China taking on Haiti.
Fox 45 News is your home for FIFA's Women's World Cup, which will create some changes for our lineup starting Monday.
So here's the deal. You can watch our morning news starting at 4:30 a.m., but you got to turn to the CW Baltimore to see us while the World Cup action is playing out right here on Fox 45. Now, once the World Cup broadcast ends, maybe around 8 a.m. or so, our morning news will return to Fox 45.
Then Tuesday, it will be slightly different. U.S. women's team is playing Tuesday morning. Our morning news will return Fox 45 around 9. Wednesday, we'll be starting on CW Baltimore at 4:30 and then returning about 8 o'clock.
Well, today marks exactly 1 month until the first day of school for many Maryland students. You saw it on Amy and George's map there. And Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters with everything you need to know to help get your kids ready for the first day.
Yeah, one thing, though, that should be top of mind as the school year approaches, safety. The American Red Cross has some tips to help keep your kids safe while they're on the road as they're heading back to school.
If your child takes the bus to school, they should get to the bus stop early and stand away from the curb. That's important. They should also wait for the bus to come to a complete stop before boarding.
Now, if your kids will be boarding the bus alone, make sure they know traffic signals and road safety.
And if your kids actually take a car to school, they should always wear a seatbelt. Good to remember just at all times. This includes teenagers driving themselves to school, who you should also remind to stay off their phones while driving.
Kids riding a bike to school, always wear your helmet, right? And then ride with the flow of traffic. And if they are walking, they should only cross at intersections and use a route with the school crossing guards if that's available. For more safety tips, you can visit redcross.org. Fox 45 News, as we said, is your back-to-school headquarters now through the first day of school, 1 month away. We'll be complying all the things busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click the QR code you see right there on your screen. Check out all the stories that we posted so far, or you can go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school HQ.
Trader Joe's is in the hot seat, recalling more of their products. Coming up after the break, 2 popular food items that are causing concern for customers.
One thing there's no concern and helps you get bolstered up as you're excited about sending the kids back in a month.
Coffee.
Yes. Enjoy a coffee break. And then when they're in school, you really get to enjoy those coffee breaks.
Becomes a little more relaxing.
It does, yeah. 1 month away.
Topping your morning business report with a recall alert. Trader Joe's recalling about 11,000 cases of its unexpected cheddar broccoli. It's branded soup products due to reports of bugs in the frozen broccoli florets. The cheddar broccoli soup is voluntarily being recalled by its maker, Winter Gardens Quality Foods. It was sold in 7 states. Customers with the product should check with Trader Joe's on its refund policy. Bud Light laying off hundreds of its employees in their U.S. offices after losing the top spot in Modelo. The company's CEO announcing the move was made to ensure long-term success, releasing a statement saying, quote, "These corporate structure changes will enable our teams to focus on what we do best, brewing great beer for everyone." Sales of Bud Light have reportedly fallen almost 30%.
Well, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of counterfeit Converse sneakers were seized in Baltimore. Officers found nearly 14,000 pairs of these Chucks last week in a shipment bound for L.A. It came from China last month, and officials say they would have valued $314,000 if they were authentic. No criminal charges have been filed yet. After a 3-year hiatus, Artscape will return to Baltimore for its 38th year to celebrate arts and creativity in Charm City. It'll be taking place September 22nd through the 24th. The event is fully accessible and free to attend. You can enjoy live concerts, some films, experimental music, and even improv and comedy. You can find more information right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 8:59, and now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I don't like to clean. There, I said it. Do you feel like you're cleaning constantly and somehow there's still dust everywhere? I live in the desert and everything is dusty all the time. It's just part of life. Well, that dust could be hiding and raining down from one of those hard to reach areas like your ceiling fan. You know it's dusty up there, but it's always such a hassle to clean. Problem solved. This is the Blade Maid. It's specially designed to remove dust from those tricky areas like your ceiling fan. The cleaning head is uniquely crafted to capture dirt and dust from all sides of your blades all at once. It makes it kind of fun. Trapping debris in its microfiber, machine washable pads so it's not getting all over the rest of your house, making you have to clean again. And watch this. The telescoping handle makes ladders virtually unnecessary. Plus, if you don't have a ceiling fan, you can still use the Blade Maid because the head transforms to a pad that you can clean vents and baseboards and other hard to reach nooks and crannies. Last week, I was up on a ladder in my living room hoping not to break my neck, trying to knock down spider webs and dust. It was a pain. I wish I had one of these at the time. Right now, we're offering 30% off the Blade Maid. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well, we are weather alert this morning due to dangerously high heat, and it's the humidity on the left side of your screen right there. A map from the National Weather Service showing about half of our country. The areas in orange will deal with heat indices, values over 100 degrees.
And on the right side of your screen, we have live looks over the Inner Harbor, Towson, and the beach in Ocean City. These hot temperatures are expected to continue through Saturday as well.
Well, thank you for joining us on this Friday morning, July 28th. I'm Tom Rogers, and there is an Amy here, but it's not the other Amy, and it's not Megan anymore. Yeah,
I know. Trading one Penn Stater for the other. Amy Simpson in for Meg this morning as she is on assignment.
Yeah. So, all right. So you were just outside. That hot. We're talking about dangerous levels of heat.
Absolutely. Let's get to Amy and check on these temperatures. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we've been enclosed in the air conditioning all morning, so you kind of forget that it is really stifling out there. But we've got 2 more days of it. We've got hot temperatures already. We're already at 86 degrees in Baltimore, 81 in Cockeysville, 82 in Westminster. It is hot all around, and these numbers don't even tell the full story. You've got to take into account the dew points. That indicates how much moisture is in the air. The higher the dew point, the more humidity. And we are above 70, 76 in spots like Columbia, so already pretty unbearable. Here's a preview of how hot it's going to feel this afternoon. Not typos here. We are tracking triple-digit feel-like temperatures, feeling like 106, 107 during the height of the afternoon. But relief is in sight. I'll let you know exactly when that arrives and what brings the relief our way in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Amy?
Thanks so much. Well, the CDC has tips to stay hydrated in this extreme heat. First, drink before you feel thirsty. The CDC says by the time you do feel thirsty, you're already starting to get dehydrated. If you're going to be out in this heat, the CDC does recommend drinking 1 cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes. But don't go overboard. You shouldn't drink more than 48 ounces of water per hour.
The person who was responsible for his murder has been convicted of killing him.
The jury found that, yes, he was somewhat justified.
Well, a Squeegee kid has been found guilty in the killing of Timothy Reynolds. After days of deliberation, the jury found 16-year-old Tavon Scott committed voluntary manslaughter.
The decision coming after 3 days of deliberation, eventually convicting Scott not on the multiple murder charges that he was facing, but a lesser charge. After the verdict, lawyers for both sides said they are frustrated with the result.
Fully satisfied with the court's ruling. Reynolds' family attorney says while they wanted a murder conviction, this is the first step in their healing process. The teen's family was hoping for a full acquittal, but the defense says their fight is not over.
Nothing that happened in the courtroom was going to bring Tim Reynolds back. There was going to be no winners in this case. But this conviction does bring a measure of comfort, of closure, of justice to the family.
He's been convicted of manslaughter, which makes him eligible to be transferred to juvenile court, which is what we're going to be pursuing. The jury found that, yes, he was somewhat justified.
Well, that's defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge says there are several factors to consider when the judge thinks about moving the Squeegee case to a juvenile system.
In the juvenile court, there's a balancing of the best interests of the child with obviously keeping the community safe. So this young man could be detained at a juvenile detention facility like Charles Hickey. This could be placed on GPS monitoring, community supervision, which I would liken to adult probation. There are a wider array of services that are offered, psychiatric, group, and individual counseling. But with an offense this serious, even if the case were transferred to the juvenile justice system, you have to expect that this young man would spend some time detained at a juvenile facility regardless.
Maryland's juvenile justice system has seen violent offenders slip through the cracks before. Antonio Bardney was 17 years old when he was arrested for armed carjacking in 2017. Case went to juvenile court. He was sentenced to home confinement, and then he was arrested for murder a year later. While on pretrial release, authorities say he cut his ankle monitor and ran away.
It's important to note there are laws in place that could be used to keep squeegee kids out of all intersections. One of them states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Many say Reynolds' death was a breaking point for the city after years of squeegee problems.
Yeah, that violent history going back years. In January of 2020, a 52-year-old man assaulted outside of his car. You see the video right here showing the man being hit repeatedly by a squeegee kid.
The following month, 2 Baltimore City police officers were attacked by 2 men after receiving complaints of squeegee kids. Then in August, another attack caught on camera showing squeegee kids throwing rocks at cars.
In October of 2021, a woman was assaulted, bruised, and bloodied at the intersection of President and Lombard Street. She says it was a squeegee kid who attacked her. And there were also multiple reports of squeegee kids, scamming drivers out of money using a Cash App last year. Police going as far as to even warn drivers of that type of theft.
Earlier this morning, Kurt Nachtman with EN Lawyers joined us to break down the difference between a murder conviction and the conviction of voluntary manslaughter.
That means that the defendant honestly but unreasonably believed that he was defending himself or others. In other words, it's an imperfect self-defense case, as opposed to first-degree murder, which is premeditated, or perfect self-defense, which would have been a complete defense to any of the charges that were involved here.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you agree with the verdict in this squeegee kid trial? So far, 66% of people who voted, 67% voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Fox 45 News has been reporting on the issues with squeegee kids for years. You can find all of our previous reporting and the latest details on the conviction right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
An update now to Tuesday's deadly plane crash in Havre de Grace.
The pilot has been identified as 59-year-old retired Army Major General Anthony Potts of Aberdeen.
Harford County officials say his plane crashed into a cornfield less than 2 miles from Harford County Airport. He was pronounced dead at the scene. According to the FAA, Potts was not authorized to fly because of medical reasons. The drug dealer linked to the death of The Wire star Michael K. Williams has been sentenced to 30 months in prison. 71-year-old Carlos Maki was linked to a drug organization blamed for the actor's overdose on fentanyl-laced heroin. Williams was found dead in his New York apartment in September 2021. Prosecution wanted a 4-year sentence, but both Williams' family and The Wire creator David Simon sought leniency due to Maki's addiction struggles.
9:08 now, and if you're filling up before hitting the road this weekend, national average rising 3 cents for gas overnight to $3.73 for a gallon of regular. You see that right there in the red, still well below this time last year, but back to its highest in about 8 months. In Maryland, down here in the blue, just under $3.72 per gallon. That was a month ago. It was $3.46. Washington State, California have the highest prices in our nation, both averaging $4.93 this morning. Drivers in Seattle and L.A. specifically are back to paying more than $5 a gallon. Experts say there are a few things that are going on causing the prices to rise. First, Gas Buddy says gasoline supplies are their lowest level since 2015 and right in the heart of summer travel season. Second, fears of a recession starting to fade, demand increasing, but OPEC has cut production. Third, some refineries are dealing with unscheduled maintenance, in part, analysts say, because of extreme heat. Rising gas prices could derail the improvements that we've seen on inflation in the last few months. Speaking of which, we just got the Fed's report of inflation that came out about 40 minutes ago, and it showed that we have dropped, expected to drop, and that's exactly what happened. It slowed those numbers. We're down from 3.8 down to 3%, and inflation still, though, the Feds are trying to get it down to 2%.
Morning for dangerously high heat and humidity. Let's get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at your forecast this morning. Up, Amy.
They sure are. And if your kids are heading out to camp, make sure they bring lots of water with them, sunscreen, lightweight, light colored clothing too, because we've got blazing sunshine today. We're going to jump from the 70s to the 80s, right into the 90s, upper 90s to near 100 this afternoon. So here are all the tips to keep in mind. Lots and lots of water, loose, lightweight clothing. Take breaks if they're going to be in outdoor activities in the shade, or better yet, some air conditioning. Also check in on your neighbors and your pets. Remember, they want to limit their time outside, especially as the heat and the humidity builds this afternoon too. Now, relief is on the way this weekend. I'll explain exactly when it arrives and what it means for your weekend plans in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Amy.
Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and with many kids still enjoying their summer vacation, school is probably the last thing on their minds.
Yeah, nationwide, math scores for kids significantly down since the pandemic. Academic experts are saying math is all around us and recommends parents take every opportunity for teachable moments. They can point out these items and use them as examples.
Activities that young children love, so things like building blocks, doing art projects, playing sports, learning about nature, all of these things can and often do involve a lot of math. And so when children learn to see that and appreciate how the math in those activities actually helps us do those activities, that can really make math more joyful.
Parents are also advised to incorporate math terms into their vocabulary. It's also important for parents to ensure kids that math involves making mistakes, and that's perfectly normal.
Plus, see, there's some math terms right there. Through the first day of school, we'll be compiling and dividing up all things busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code on your screen to check out all the stories that we posted so far, or you can go to foxbaltimore.com/backtoschoolhq.
Baltimore has seen 3 high-profile convictions in just one day. What this means for City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' office and his mission to create a safer city.
The Supreme Court allowing the construction of a natural gas pipeline to continue, which is a major blow. Several environmental groups. Coming up next, a live report from Washington on how lawmakers are responding.
You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. We're on weather alert due to high heat and humidity, taking a live look over the beach in Ocean City, where beachgoers might want to wait and either spend their day inside in the AC cooling down or in the ocean or at a pool. Nice. Heat indices will be in the triple digits today, could get as high as 110 degrees in parts of the state.
All right, that beach shot looked amazing, but once you step outside, yeah, it feels a little bit different. We need to go and find out exactly how hot and dangerous it's going to get for us. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with forecast.
Yeah, earlier is better today. You saw some folks already set up on the beach. Now is the time, because later today, you're going to have to take certain precautions. Heat, actually #1 weather-related killer here, 158 deaths per year. That puts it above flooding and tornadoes and hurricanes. We have blue skies and sunshine, though. The heat is building already this morning. We're starting off in the 80s, mid-70s. Annapolis struggling with their temperature reading right now, but it is warm across the board. Here's a look at the Inner Harbor. Also blue skies and sunshine there. 86 degrees to begin. That dew point at 73. That shows us how much humidity and moisture we have on our hands. We've got a lot of it, so it feels much hotter than it actually is. And this is a pretty typical summer setup for us. We've got high pressure sitting offshore close to Bermuda. Clockwise rotation around that high pumps our air in from the south and from the west and sends us that extreme heat day after day. And that's going to be the case again today, with high temperatures nearing the triple digits. We do have a heat advisory plus an excessive heat warning out for Maryland. That's due to the high heat plus the humidity, making it feel like it's much hotter than it actually is. And we're not alone. We've got advisories and warnings up and down the East Coast, back towards the Midwest, because of stuff like this. Our heat index value. By lunchtime, it already feels like a very uncomfortable 106 to 109. Really yucky this afternoon, feeling close to 110 in some spots. As we head through the evening, not much better. Still feeling like we're in the 90s, low 80s overnight through Saturday morning. Saturday's another toasty one, feeling like we're back in the triple digits again by lunchtime. 105, 110 during the afternoon. But then a front comes through. That's not only going to send us some showers and some storms tomorrow evening, it's also eventually going to cool us back down. So for today, we are tracking the potential for at least a few spotty showers, a stray storm. Not a huge storm chance. I think it comes closer to 4 or 5 o'clock and is primarily just south of Baltimore City. Then things quiet down. Saturday will start off with a little bit of rain in the morning. Looks like the main event, the main front, though, holds off until the afternoon and the evening. That's when we get this line of feisty storms, and that's when severe weather is possible. So Saturday evening looks like it could be a little unsettled now as storms push through the area. But that's ultimately what's going to send us relief from this heat. Saturday's still a hot one. Before the storms get here, highs in the upper 90s, feel like temperatures in the triple digits, with some storms and some showers showing up by the afternoon and the evening. Slight risk because of that, so damaging wind gusts, hail, even a few tornadoes possible. But by Sunday, we're in for a treat. A leftover shower early. After that, just mostly cloudy and much less humid. We're back in the more comfortable upper 80s at that point. If you are heading to the beach this weekend, it's going to be hot and steamy the next 2 days. They're also going to reap the benefits of that cold front. That's going to send some showers and some storms to Ocean City, but then knock temperatures back into the low 80s by Sunday, making for a cooler end to the weekend. Activity heating up in the tropics, too. We've got an area with medium chance for development over the next 7 days. That's way out here. We've got 2 other areas of concern. I want to point out the one near the southeast coast. No development expected there, just some showers and some storms for the southeast. Meanwhile, here we've got weather alert from the heat, the humidity. We're back in the upper 80s starting on Sunday, and then we'll stay there. So August starts off not as hot. We're in the mid 80s all the way through next Thursday. Tom, Amy?
Remember, you can track weather even when we're not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And on this map, you really don't see too much going on here. In fact, you can see the drive times heading from the inner and outer loop down to President Street here on JFX. That's not an issue at all. 9 minutes to travel that distance. Just off the map to the north, though, 95 northbound, multiple incidents that slowed you down a little while ago. They've cleaned them up, but there's still residual traffic. So if you're heading from White Marsh to Aberdeen, yes, you have to add, again, at least another 15 minutes to your commute.
The Supreme Court is allowing construction of a vital natural gas pipeline to continue, which is a major blow to environmental groups that filed several challenges.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live this morning from Capitol Hill. Kayla, how are lawmakers now responding?
Well, this pipeline has a lot of bipartisan support and the support of the White House. So that's all going against the environmental activists who filed the suit to stop its construction. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin and state lawmakers calling the court's decision a major win for their residents. Once complete, it will transport gas about 300 miles from West Virginia to Virginia. And according to the America First Policy Institute, construction will provide West Virginia and Virginia $131 million in tax revenue. It will also employ 2,500 people and give both states an extra $45 million in taxes every year.
And Kayla, Senate Democrats blocked a Republican proposal to only fly American flags over government buildings. What's this about?
Well, when it comes down to it, this is about flying the pride flag over government buildings.
Looks like we lost Kayla there. Well, speaking of flags, FIFA Women's World Cup is now underway this morning. England already beaten Denmark 1-0 and just about over now. China is leading Haiti 1-0 with a couple minutes left and with a red card issued for China.
Fox 45 News is your home for the FIFA Women's World Cup, which will create some changes for our lineup starting on Monday.
Yeah, you can watch our morning news starting at 4:30 and CW Baltimore while World Cup action plays out right here on Fox 45 once the World Cup broadcast ends around 8 that morning. Our morning news will return to Fox 45. Then Tuesday, U.S. is playing Tuesday morning. Their first kick is 3 o'clock our time. It'll be slightly different for us here if you're tuning into Fox 45. We'll return to Fox 45 at 9. Wednesday, we'll be starting on CW Baltimore at 4:30 and returning about 8 o'clock.
If you're a cat that hates Mondays, stay tuned to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. In our next half hour, we'll show you how to make an amazing plate of lasagna with help from our friends at Carrabba's Italian Grill.
Baltimore County Restaurant Week starts today. We are at the Milton Inn, and coming up, we'll talk about those delicious drinks coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
He always gets the best assignments, knowing with food and drink. Why not make it both today? Kicking off Baltimore County Restaurant Week, well-known historic venue with celebrated French cuisine.
Mark Clark is in Baltimore County at the Milton Inn showing off where you can dine in style.
That's right, and it can't have Restaurant Week without the delicious drinks. Alona is here to tell us about some of the offerings. What do we have here?
So first cocktail we are offering called Rose Blossoms. It's gin-based egg white cocktail with a little bit of lemon, also Pierre Ferrand dry curacao, and orange bitters. And the other one is based on bourbon. It also has Luxardo Maraschino. We have Dubonnet in there, some orange twist just to, I don't know, to add and also Luna Amara in it.
I love it. It's the accent, it's the drinks, it's the visuals, and of course, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, shall we? Happy Restaurant Week.
Face right there. Yeah, we know how you work, Mark. Thank you. For more information, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
And we are on weather alert today as we gear up for temperatures that could feel like 100 degrees. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know when we can expect a cool down in her full Weather Authority forecast.
Former president now facing even more charges. Coming up after the break, the latest on the criminal investigation into Donald Trump. 9:26, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. USS Constellation there. Looks nice.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are on weather alert this morning due to dangerously high heat and humidity. On the left of your screen, a map from the National Weather Service shows about half of the country. Those areas in orange will deal with heat index values over 100 degrees.
As you see on the right side of your screen, we have live looks from the Inner Harbor on the top there, Towson in the middle, and then that's Ocean City. Going down the ocean, temperatures, hot temperatures expected to continue through Saturday. So if you are heading down the ocean, it's going to be you're going to be wanting to be in the water all weekend.
Absolutely. I was just there earlier this week, actually, and the nice thing I will say, the water has warmed up a bit. So if you're down at the beach, you're going to want to probably be in the water today.
In the water, and then stay inside for some air conditioning until it gets later in the evenings. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, July 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
And I'm Amy Simpson. Let's start with meteorologist Amy Aronson and look at that hot forecast.
Yeah, at least the beach has like a little bit of a breeze, right? Here at home, it is just hot and humid and sticky, not much airflow. We've got that excessive heat warning for us. That's the hot pink you're seeing here on the map. We have a heat advisory for everybody else. Basically, it means it's going to be dangerously hot and humid for 2 more days, feeling like we're in the triple digits. Already feeling like we're in the 90s, and it's only 9:30 this morning. So temperatures are heating up and heating up fast. Stay hydrated. Lots and lots of water. Here's a preview of how hot it's going to feel this afternoon. Pretty uncomfortable. 106, 107 later today, and then we will see a few storms develop this evening. Now, relief is on the way starting tomorrow as a new weather maker moves in. Coming up in 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at the timeline of that and what it means for all your weekend plans. Tom, Amy?
The person who was responsible for his murder has been convicted of killing him.
The jury found that, yes, he was somewhat justified.
Well, continuing coverage this morning after days of deliberation, 16-year-old Squeegee kid convicted of voluntary manslaughter.
He was accused of shooting and killing a Baltimore driver near the Inner Harbor last year.
The teen avoided first and second degree murder convictions in the death of 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds last July. 2 families left the courtroom not fully satisfied with the court's ruling. Reynolds' family attorney says while they wanted a murder conviction, this is the first step in their healing process. Teen's family was hoping for a full acquittal, but the defense says their fight isn't over.
The Squeegee trial verdict marks one of 3 high-profile convictions this week for City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' office.
Some experts say Bates is backing up his promises after pushing a tougher stance on crime during his campaign.
Taylor Stewart joins us with some new developments in court.
Look, these were some high-profile cases that are coming in now as City State Attorney Ivan Bates has promised that if you break the law, we will prosecute you. A look at the cases that just came through this week. We've got 21-year-old Chase Wilson found guilty of second-degree murder in the shooting death of Morgan State University security guard who was killed last August. A guilty verdict coming down for Michael Robertson in the murder of his pregnant girlfriend and unborn child. This is the case of Akia Eagleston. And then a manslaughter conviction for the 16-year-old Taven Scott, who was convicted of killing motorist Timothy Reynolds.
So when you see 3 different prosecutions for violent crimes resulting convictions in high-profile cases, it tells criminal defendants and those in Baltimore City that are looking to commit crime that we're back living in a world of consequences.
Still, regarding cases involving illegal handguns, from the beginning, Bates has vowed to crack down on criminals and bring stiffer penalties. Among the convictions doled out this week, that Squeegee kid is also facing felony possession of a firearm and possession of a firearm under the age of 21. We'll continue to follow these cases as they develop and as they come through the City State's Attorney's office. In Baltimore, I'm Taylor Stewart. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, this week's wins for the City State's Attorney's Office are a sharp contrast to what we saw from the office under Marilyn Mosby just last year. In fact, last spring, Mosby and her prosecutors lost 3 cases in a week. All 3 were high-profile murder cases. All 3 ended in acquittals.
Last summer, a Baltimore judge criticized former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby in a conspiracy case over which he presided involving 26 correctional officers at Baltimore City jails. The judge wrote staffing problems in the office resulted in, quote, egregious failures. The judge ended up dropping the charges against all 26 officers. At the time, Fox 45 News found the City State's Attorney's office was down between 80 and 100 prosecutors. Some legal experts told Fox 45 News those prosecutors on staff were inexperienced, had low morale and high caseloads. Last month, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates said he's still working to fill all of those vacancies, but he is making progress.
My goal has been to have 50 new state's attorneys since the election. We've already reached out to now that we have 40 new assistant state's attorneys, 12 of which who left the office and have returned since the election.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the problems within the city state's attorney's office. You can find more on that as well as all 3 verdicts issued. .com.
From the Live Center for you this morning, former President Donald Trump slamming the Justice Department after Special Prosecutor Jack Smith added new charges in the classified document investigation. Trump is calling the new indictment another case of election interference and said it would not have been filed if he was not going to be the Republican nominee. Well, the Justice Department's expansion of charges against the former president include a felony count under the Espionage Act for possessing a highly classified war plan. The charges also show that he attempted to delete Mar-a-Lago security footage after it was subpoenaed, and accusing the former president of requesting a resort employee delete the footage. That employee, Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos Oliveira, is now the 3rd defendant in the case and is scheduled for arraignment Monday morning. It's not yet clear how the new charges will affect the pace of the case against Trump and his former aide, Walt Nauta. Right now, the trial is scheduled to start late May, but even before the new charges were unveiled, it was possible for the trial date to be pushed back, which could have implications for the GOP frontrunner in the 2024 election. This comes at the time of escalating anticipation of a possible additional indictment over former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Barriers were set up outside the Fulton County Courthouse in Georgia Thursday, fueling speculation that they may announce an indictment soon. If we get any information, of course, we'll bring it back to you as soon as possible. If you want breaking news updates sent straight to your phone, you can download the Fox 45 News app. It's free. And all you have to do, search WBFF in your app store to get started.
Well, let's hear a round of applause for our pet of the week. After the break, we'll introduce you to this cutie and learn when he'll be ready to go to his forever home.
Heat and humidity have us on weather alert this morning. Sorry, I was checking out the dog. Still ahead, how hot it could feel for you this afternoon, plus the cooling centers that are open in Baltimore City. 9:36 is the time, and yeah, look at that Inner Harbor looking gorgeous today. And of course, look at Joe. Oh, we're gonna find out your name. Yes, we are.
Welcome back. It's Friday. You know what that means. It's time to meet our pet of the week. Katie Haynes with the Maryland SPCA joins us live in studio this morning. Good morning. And
good morning.
Who do you have with us this morning?
So this is Migos. Migos was brought to us earlier in July. He was brought as a stray, so we don't know a whole lot about him. We've aged him at about 3.5 years old. As you can see, he loves his stuffy toys. An absolute baby. He loves to be cuddled. Again, like I said, we don't know a whole lot about him, but what we've learned while he's been at the shelter, loves car rides, loves the pool, loves sprinklers, the water in general. He's definitely going to be someone's best friend.
That's awesome. Sounds like he's ready for an outdoor family.
Yes, I think he would do really well with that. We're recommending no small kids for him just because of his size. But we have found that he does get excited when he sees other dogs. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you said too, no tests yet with other pets, but what are you guys seeing with his temperament in terms of compatibility maybe with other animals?
So as we walk in past other dogs, it's nice, loose, wiggly body language, very excited. That tail goes. He's very excited. He knows sit and paw also. And just really, really good with everyone he meets. Just a big,
that's great,
big baby.
And as soon as he walked in the studio too, social with everyone here, eating up all the pets and the attention. So definitely not a shy dog.
No, not at all. So his adoption fee is waived, along with all of the other adult cats and dogs through July. So just a few more days of that promotion. If you would like to see him, he is available as of 1 o'clock today. So come out and meet him and learn about all about him.
Awesome. Well, Katie, thanks so much. Migos,
yeah, thank you.
We can't wait for you to find your forever family, and I'm hoping that this blue stuffy gets to go home with him as well.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And humans aren't the only ones trying to beat the heat today. How some zoo residents are able to keep themselves cool during the heat wave. And up next, we're joined in studio for a cooking demo. I wish you could smell it in here. We'll warn you, this one has some layers to it. After the break, how you can make the perfect pan of lasagna. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. And this summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Cares Summer Diaper Drive. Scan this QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
All right. Garfield would love the smell in our studio right now this morning because we are whipping up the tasty pan of lasagna in honor of National Lasagna Day, and it's happening tomorrow. Joining us in studio to show us how it's done, Ana Torres is managing partner with Carrabba's Italian Grill. You brought some ingredients. You also brought some other things. Ana, tell us, first of all, if you're not going for the lasagna, which is a huge hunk of, look at that right there. Can we get a close-up of that? That's the serving size if you go to Carrabba's. You also have some other things. Tell us about these two plates real quick.
We do. So these are summer specials. We have a prosciutto wrap pork tenderloin, served with the most delicious port wine fig sauce, served with your choice of two sides.
Yeah.
We also have the filet caprese over here. That is a filet cooked to your liking with grilled asparagus, wrapped in prosciutto and
what is that?
fontina. That's burrata cheese, life-changing burrata cheese.
Yeah. Some people, if you like mozzarella with your tomatoes, this is a step up from it, right?
Life-changing.
Yes.
Fresh tomatoes, basil, onions.
But the main reason why we're here is we're doing something, and I've already started a little bit just because we were talking about this during a commercial break. These layers, right? You put a little bit of sauce down, and this is how you make it at the restaurant. Typically, tell us about the cheeses, the three cheeses that you use for your lasagna.
Yes, so we use a mixture of three cheeses. We use the mozzarella cheese, ricotta, and Parmesan. In the restaurant, we have them all mixed together for easier assembly, makes it just a more cohesive, easy assembly.
Yeah, really well done, and it keeps the consistency going on there. The mix of the meat mixture here, it's not just ground beef. What else do you put in it?
So we put pork and beef. We make our own meat sauce from scratch in our kitchen. Italian. We got to make everything from scratch.
Do you guys yell at each other in Italian or keep the attitudes? You know, I grew up with Italian neighbors.
I'm not going to say anything about that. We keep it simple. We keep it simple in the kitchen
so
there.
Put a little bit of sauce down, put a noodle down.
That's right.
What comes next, meat or cheese?
So then we put the meat sauce, put a layer of the meat sauce. You can use that ladle right there.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Layer that. I'm just going to do this real quick. So how much per level, I guess, should we go? I mean, because you can. I found this out the hard way. My wife makes our lasagna. She does a lot better job than I do. If you put too much meat, it really just breaks apart, and the noodles aren't coherent.
Exactly.
And you can't actually get it out to make it look like that. But so we would put about that much or a little.
We want to spread it out a little more.
Go all the way across,
spread it out a little more.
All right. And then the next thing is we put another noodle, or we go with some more cheese.
Then we're going to go with some cheese. The mixture of all the cheeses together.
Yep. So
right on top.
That right on
Beautiful.
top here.
Yes.
Chunky cheese. Look at that. Okay. And grandmother is not listening right now, but have you ever used the no boil noodles in with lasagna? You know those ones that come up, you just put down the hard plastic?
I have, and I've learned it the hard way. That's
cheating. Not allowed to do that.
It's cheating. You can't do that.
All right, good.
Especially with lasagna.
Be good. All right, and then you would do this, and then obviously I'm only doing a little bit of section because they're so short on time. Put another level. You've got, how many layers do you have for your carbs?
It's 5 layers of pasta and 4 layers of the meat sauce and cheese.
Put it in the oven how long?
You put it in at 350 degrees for 45 minutes, and then you're going to take the top off for another 30 minutes until it's bubbly, all the edges are crisped up. The best way to do it.
Yeah.
Let it sit for 15 minutes, and then it's ready to serve to your family and friends.
And then if you are making it at home, that's one way to do it. You also, if you're going to the restaurant, speaking of layers, last little question for you. What is that layered cake right there?
That is the most delicious cannoli cake that we have. Layered with the cannoli cream, pistachios on top.
This is what we're talking about right here. A little cannoli, just make it. And then you can wash it down with this. This is the last thing for us here. This summer drink. What are you serving up at Carrabba's?
Yes, this is our seasonal summer drink. It is a strawberry basil lemonade.
Come on.
And it is delicious.
There
Nice, refreshing drink.
Can you look in that camera and be like, there you go, Mark Clark. Tom gets some food too.
There you go.
There you go, Mark Clark. I get it too. Carrabba's right here, lasagna, National Lasagna Day. Hit a Carrabba's tomorrow and enjoy that slice right there.
Also, real quick.
Yeah.
Am I still on here?
Yeah,
yes.
we are.
Tomorrow, 10% of all our proceeds go to the Lasagna Love Foundation for needy families in all over the world. So please come out and support us.
Yeah, you get us some lasagna and help out some families.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Ana.
Thank you.
All right. Now we need to find out exactly how, especially if you're drinking a little bit of that drink from Carrabba's, strawberry mint right there, Amy.
Yeah, that's Lemonade, it's the day for it. You can see some folks already trekking across the beaches there, making their way to the water probably, where you can stay cool today. And that's going to be key. You're going to want to be in the water today if you're heading to the beach or to the pool. Temperatures are already heating up fast. 86 degrees, 98 is where we're headed. We are tracking hot and humid conditions through Saturday. Also some storms tomorrow evening with the potential for severe weather, but that's going to bring us a cool down, lower humidity starting on Sunday. Today, we're still in the thick of it. We've got an excessive heat warning out for the Baltimore area, a heat advisory for everybody else. We're not alone. The whole Northeast dealing with the hot temperatures along with the Midwest. We've got 2 more days actually to get through with the hot temperatures before we start to cool it down. We've got a new weather maker out here. You can see a cluster of showers and storms with that. That's going to work its way our direction come tomorrow. So watch the future scan. It just updated. It does show a little cluster of storms developing this evening, mainly just south of Baltimore, down towards D.C., right around 4 or 5 o'clock. Tomorrow morning now, it looks like we'll start off with this first batch of showers and some storms right around 7 a.m. actually as that pushes through. I think the main event actually comes tomorrow evening, closer to 5 o'clock. That's when we have the potential for severe weather, and that's when the rain kind of lingers up through sunset now tomorrow night. So 2 rounds of storms coming through on Saturday as that front clears our area. Behind that, though, we are in for a treat. Mostly cloudy, some lingering showers Sunday morning, but it's going to feel much drier at that point. Marginal risk for severe weather today. That is the lowest on the threat level scale, but any storm that manages to develop could produce some gusty winds. Tomorrow, we're upgraded to a slight risk, so a little higher. Main threats being damaging wind gusts, hail, and yes, some brief tornadoes too. So tomorrow evening, that round of storms is when you got to watch out for that. So keep that in mind if you plan to stay cool by the pool at any point this weekend. Upper 90s today and tomorrow. We are nearing record highs. Current record for today stands at 103, 101 for tomorrow, and then Sunday less humid, mostly cloudy with highs back in the upper 80s. We'll take a look at that full 10-day forecast in the first week of August in just about a couple of minutes, actually. Tom, Amy?
Baltimore City Health Department issuing its first code red heat alert of the summer.
Yeah, the city's opening cooling centers to help those who lose their AC or may not have a place to stay reliable temperature control.
The Health Department's Division of Aging will open multiple facilities today, including the Harford Senior Center, the Sandtown Winchester Senior Center, and the Oliver Senior Center from 9 to 7.
Mayor's Office of Homeless Services will be operating a site, Beans and Bread, that's on South Bond Street until 1 in the afternoon. My Sister's Place Women's Center will be open for women and children through Saturday. They are just some of the locations that will be open to the public for cooling down. If you'd like some more information on all the cooling centers, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
And take a look at this. When it's hot out, even animals need ways to beat that heat. That's why 2 zoos in Massachusetts are making frosty treats for their residents. Gorillas get ice-diluted fruit juice with berries. Ring-tailed lemurs get frozen treats with bugs. According to the zoos, some animals will receive water misters as well. Nothing like a little popsicle with some bugs in it, Tom.
That's right. Eating the chunky stuff. That's not chocolate chips. Speaking of animals, some of our viewers even sent us in some photos of creatures they recently encountered. Lori in Reisterstown sent us the pictures of a squirrel munching on some seeds on her, it looks like her back deck there, as well as some deer that are hanging out in her front yard.
Very cool. And Jackie in Baltimore sent us this photo of a beautiful butterfly resting in her garden. Thanks so much for sharing this, Jackie. Look at that blue there. Just beautiful there.
Well, finally, check out this photo from Bill in Catonsville. This is the new kitten named Chip, and it looks like he's already making himself right at home on the back of it looks like the kitchen chair.
Little guy there. If you have any pictures of animals that are making you smile, we want to see them as well. You can share your pics with FOX45 by scanning that QR code on your screen right now. It'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Stay right here with Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore. Coming up after the break, meteorologist Amy Aronson giving us her exclusive 10-day forecast, or even a 7-day. Maybe we'll see if we get 3 more days in there. Hopefully we can see a cool down in the coming days.
9:56 on this Friday morning. I know we're so distracted here because there's so much Italian food surrounding us, and it's hot outside, so the place to be is inside eating Italian food today. Weather alert today and tomorrow. I'll keep this quick. It's just hot. It's humid, but relief is on the way. Storms roll through Saturday evening if you're headed out to dinner at that point, but then Sunday, much better. And the first week of August is more manageable. We can handle that. We are back in the mid 80s. But I think every day is a good day for lasagna and all of this.
Here.
Yes,
Anna, what restaurant are you located at?
We are at the Pasadena Carrabba's right off of Ritchie Highway.
The Dina here. And you guys even brought us a sheet of lasagna. Didn't have to do that. We'll appreciate it.